Thank you guys, you're awesome. I love these guys, they're amazing. We're gonna have a lot more visibility today. Yesterday, I was hysterical with the agenda. And Maria is buena madrileña, but she's like, no, in the South we are military precision on program. So I kept cutting off the band yesterday, they got no chance. I was like, no program. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to South Summit Day 2. What a kickoff yesterday. So much fun. Oh my God. I think we started hard and fast early yesterday morning with Steve Wozniak. And that was kind of a dream come true, I think, for everybody here. He was a pretty amazing guy. So humble, so sincere. Followed on by Rajoy, Señor Rajoy, nada mal. And it's great to have him here and supporting the entrepreneurship community as well. And we had such interesting conversations going on yesterday. And we're going to start off just as strong and just as exciting today. I'm going to run through the program a little bit for you guys to explain the track of the conversations happening today on the arena stage. We're kicking off this morning with a track that we've named Beyond Your Limits. And starting right through from the first keynote to the first panel to the second keynote, right up to the coffee break, we're talking about challenges and obstacles and parallels between professional sports athletes and entrepreneurs. I am constantly overwhelmed by the people I get to meet and work with every other day because they are people that achieve incredible things and they're constantly banging through these barriers to achieve something impossible. Whether it's a marathon, whether it's an Olympic medal, whether it's representing your country in your sport, or whether it's trying to hire the right team, or code out the right program, or get the right product to market, or raise that first seed round. I constantly see athletes and entrepreneurs push through incredible boundaries and barriers to achieve amazing things. So that's some of the conversation we're going to have this morning. Then we're going to continue on a little bit later talking about how to build billion-dollar businesses outside of the Valley. We're not in Silicon Valley. We're never going to be there. I far prefer Madrid, to be honest. And there's opportunities all over the world, and every day more and more, in different parts of the world, incredible companies emerging. Later on, you're going to hear from Fadi Gandor on that billion-dollar business session, who's an incredible entrepreneur from the Middle East, based out of Dubai, that has built incredible companies from that region. We met Melih yesterday from Turkey, that sold his company this year for $600 million. Biggest exit out of Turkey. There's opportunities right across the southern region, and we'll be hearing more about them. In the afternoon after lunch, we're going to continue on with the sector that's very close to my own heart, but I think a lot of Spaniards and people living in this region love too, which is food and food technology. Of course, last year we had Ferran Adrià won our Disruptive Innovation Award. And Spain in particular, but all across the Mediterranean region, is such an incredible food culture. And we want to know, what are the opportunities in digitizing that sector? What are the new innovations and disruptions that we can bring technology into the space, into the food tech, into the agricultural scene as well, to make a difference and make it better and more accessible for everybody. And without further ado, I'm really excited to introduce our next speaker. We have a little surprise for you. We have a little change on what's on the program. Unfortunately, Nereo Alessandri yesterday had an incident in Italy and couldn't travel. So yesterday we had a cancellation, an event organizer's worst nightmare. But the show will always go on. So what did we do? We do what we always do. We rang some of our closest, most amazing friends. Maria was late yesterday making a lot of phone calls thinking, exactly, how could we fill these shoes? And not only that, I think we've done even better. I think we've done even better. Our first speaker this morning is a local entrepreneur from here in Madrid who's also an accomplished sports person. I didn't know this. Who represented his team for horse riding for Spain back in the day. What an incredible, exciting, adrenaline-filled sport. Not only that, this guy is an accomplished entrepreneur who's been disrupting and innovating in a more traditional sector, which is hotels, and more recently leveraging technologies to improve that service and constantly disrupt in the sector and launch into new markets. This morning, I am absolutely thrilled to introduce, and thank you so much for being here, Quique Sarasola, Roommate Hotels.
Hello. I'm Quique Sarasola. For several years of my life, I was a professional horseback rider. During that time, I fell many times off my horse, more than 500. But I always got back on. At times I felt afraid, very afraid, as the day I competed in the cross country at the European Championships in France. As I showered before the race, I realized I was terrified. I did not understand why I dedicated so many hours, efforts, and sacrifice to a sport in which I was risking my life. It was then, when I got back on my horse, when I realized why I was there. I understood that passion can beat all fear. I did not win. In fact, I came in third place. Bronze medal. The best result obtained ever by a Spanish rider. But deep down inside, I had conquered the first obstacle, my fear. In life, as in sports, the first hurdle is always fear. In 2004, I had a fall when I was preparing for my 4th Olympic Games in Athens. I was very close to being paralyzed. Fortunately, I recovered. I got on the horse again and returned to the competition, becoming second in the Spanish championship that year. But something had changed. I no longer enjoyed it, and I wasn't comfortable on the horse. I had lost both my drive and my passion. That day, I sank into darkness again. I had that feeling of insecurity and fear that I had felt during the competition in France. Then I remembered an old Arab proverb, a lesson about life and overcoming struggle that I want to share with you. It is better to light a candle than to curse the darkness. Always remember to fight fear with hope, passion, and excellence. They win it all.
Thank you. I still get excited when I see those pictures. No, it was 25 years of my life that I dedicated myself to sports. Sports has so much to do with business. It is parallel. When you're in sport, you're representing your country. I competed in 3 Olympic Games. I've been 4 times Spanish champion, bronze medal in a European championship. And I remember that it's so parallel now to my entrepreneurship and to my startups and to my company, because you feel so lonely many times. I know many of you, when you're in your businesses and you're having a rough time, or you're trying to raise money, or your idea doesn't get through to your clients, it's very tough. The same thing happens in sports. Sports taught me many things. It taught me discipline, which is very important in our business. It taught me to work in a time frame. In my sport, we used to work in time frames of 4 years, between Olympic Games. So it teaches you, if you tell me right now, for example, where do you want to be with your company, I can tell you exactly where I want to be in 4 years' time. I work backwards. In 4 years' time, I want to be in Asia. I want to have such and such hotel. But it's very important to be very disciplined and to know what you want and the goals. Of course, there's tough moments. One of my nicest moments in my sport career was when I was walking behind our King Felipe, coming into our Barcelona 92, when we had the Olympics in my country. And I was walking behind him, and you go into your stadium full of your country, and you're representing them, and they're applauding you. And at the same time, the loneliness you feel, because you feel such responsibility. It's more or less the same responsibility you feel when you take money from your parents, from your friends, and you're doing your company, and my God, the things are not working, and you feel so lonely. It's that same feeling. At the same time, you're happy to be there and happy to be doing it, but at the same time, it's that feeling. That's what happens also in sports when you're in competition. From sports to business, like I say, for me, it's helped me a lot in learning how to deal, especially with failure. There's two words which I would love to ban from the dictionary: success and failure. Success and failure are, when you're in sports, it's like Rafa Nadal. He can win Roland Garros today, and then tomorrow he starts in Wimbledon from zero again. That's what business is, no? You have to start doing your business, thinking about it, and maybe it goes right, maybe it goes wrong. The important thing about being an entrepreneur and of being somebody who's really consistent is you can fail many times. It's very important that if you fail, you get up and you do it again, and you try again. Then in the States, which is, for me, I love America, I love the way of thinking, how they do business. When I see a CV, a curriculum from somebody in America, the first thing they put is, I failed twice, I failed 3 times, and I'm here because I learned, and I'm here still pushing for it. When I receive a CV from anybody here in my country, it's absolutely flawless. Nobody has failed. So I never take any CV with that, because first of all, I don't know if they're going to know what happens if they fail, if they're going to be able to recuperate, if they know what happens if something goes wrong. So it's very important. Everybody should be proud. I'm supposedly now, I'm in fashion. Everybody says, oh, Kike is successful. Yes, but I just started a startup of a business center in the middle of when the real estate market was very expensive, and I had to close it down 2 years later. It doesn't matter. You learn from it. Next time, I'm never going to do that kind of business again when the real estate market is high. But you learn. And if you're really an entrepreneur, you get up and you do it again. Magic of traveling. Thanks to my sports, I lived 300 days a year. I would be living in hotels. So what did I do? I took into my traveling to see what I liked and the magic of traveling. All of you, I think you love to travel. You love experiences. So I would be traveling all the time, and every time I would go to a city and I would find a friend in that city, that city would change for me. My friend would tell me where to go, what restaurants to visit. So the city changed for me. That's why when I started my hotels, roommate hotels, first thing I said is, what do I want to tell my customers? I want to be your friend in the city. That's why each one of my hotels has a face and a personality. I give each one of them. I give, for example, Pau is in Barcelona, and he's passionate, seductive, he's thoughtful. And Grace is in New York. She's creative, multicultural, she's lively. With that profile and with that face, I go to a famous decorator and I tell him, decorate this fictional friend's house. This one is more lively, this one is more classical, but each one is different. I believe nowadays in any product, and in my business especially, you have to give emotions. You have to give the magic of traveling. Oh my God, you guys, all of you know, in the 90s, there was this famous chain, which I love to say this joke, and they hate me, he's my friend, but there was this fantastic chain in Spain, which was all the hotels were exactly the same. You didn't know if you woke up in Seville, in Barcelona, or in Toledo. I'm not going to say the name of the chain. I'm just going to say the initials, NH. And it was exactly, so it is true, they were exactly the same. So I say, what's the matter with this? I'd like to do something different. So that's how we started in our hotels, and we changed. Another thing that you learn in sports is to use common sense. So if you are preparing in my case, with my horse, if I was preparing a championship that was 2 months away, you had to have a lot of common sense to do, oh, I want to jump today. But if it wasn't in your program or it wasn't in the training of the horse, you had to really stick to your training and use common sense and to know the things that were important. When I go to a hotel, there's 3 things that for me are very important. The bed, the shower, and the breakfast. SBS, like I like to call them. If you go to any of my hotels, you will find that the shower, the bed, and the breakfast are exactly the same. The decoration changes completely. I have modern hotels, I have classical hotels, but the basics, which is something that I like to tell everybody, go back to basics, go back to the root. Find what it is your client really likes, and that, if you find it and they say they like it, don't change it. We have not changed the beds, the shower, and the breakfast in any of our hotels because our client likes them since the beginning. Another thing that I use You are users of everything. If you don't like to use your own product, you're starting on the wrong foot. When I go to a hotel, especially in the northern countries, breakfast finishes at 9:30. Hello? I want to sleep until late. I've gone out last night. I want to have a nice time. Why does the breakfast finish at 9:30, 10? In all my hotels, breakfast finishes at 12 o'clock in the morning. Just that little difference has made us go up in the reviews incredible. We did that since the beginning. If my room is not rented until 7 o'clock the next day, why am I going to make my customer come out at 12, knocking at the door? You can do late checkout. What happens? I like extra pillows. What happens, for example, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but it's my big fight with the hoteliers. The more you pay for a hotel, the more they charge for the Wi-Fi. I mean, this cannot be. This is absolutely ridiculous. That's something that should be for free. So, of course, in my hotels, Wi-Fi is free. When I started listening to my clients, which is something that I always tell my staff, and you would not believe who has given me the best ideas. It was the cleaning girls that clean the rooms that are in contact with my client that give me the best ideas that we have had in my company. Why? Because they listen to the lady who's complaining. They listen to the gentleman who says, we need more hot water and we need more towels. They gave me an idea. They said, Kike, everybody, especially when they're coming from America, they're complaining. Why isn't there enough Wi-Fi in Spain? And I said, my God, that's true. In Spain, in America, there's much more free Wi-Fis, and we didn't. So what did we do? We went to an internet company, and we said, okay, I want a little machine just as big as this, and whoever reserves directly in my web page, that way I don't have to pay commission, one, and the client is happy. I let them take this little machine, this little router, and they can hook up 6 different iPhones to this router, put it in their pocket, and walk around and have free Wi-Fi in all the city. That is something that we invested in it. It was very good. And when I go to yesterday, I was in a hotel convention with other hoteliers, Spanish, very boring. And I told them, listen, guys, I have invented this. It's brought up my sales incredibly, and I want to give you the name of my producer so that you guys can do it as well for your clients. Please do it. Copy me, because if you do something correctly, I'm going to copy you. And if I'm doing something right, I want you to copy it. Why? Because it helps the city. If all the hotels in the city have free Wi-Fi, we will have better guests coming, clients will be happier to come, and we can raise prices and we can do a better job. So I gave it to them. Nobody has called me. That's my country. I mean, so sad. But anyways, tough luck for them. The roommate smile. Gentlemen, smiling is for free. You have to get your client, your people who work for, we call them roomies because our company is called Roommate. The best way to travel is visiting a friend. So my roomies have to smile. If they don't smile, they can go and work in NH or in any other company, but not in mine. Smiling is for free. And nowadays, we have big competition, especially in tourism in my country, because we have the Asian countries where they say, "Sawasdee" with a smile. Or you go to South America, and they tell you, "Good morning, sir." My God, I'm not expecting the taxi driver who brought me to give me a kiss in the morning, but at least to say hello when I get in the taxi. So we have to change that attitude. We have to smile. We have to think that the client is important. For me, I don't look at other hoteliers, what they do. I just look at my client, and I ask him, what do you want? What do you need? That's how, in my company, I like to tell my roomies, guys, we have to make love to our clients to make them come back. Don't give them a quickie. We have to make love to our clients. No does not exist. I mean, that is something that in Spain we say, can you help me with tickets for the Real Madrid? No, but let me try. The no is the first answer. So that's something I'm really pushing to change in our country. They betted one day for me, I bet you don't bring a blue horse to the door. I brought him a white one. He paid for it. I said, you see, we do. And Roommate, we get you whatever you want as long as it's safe and legal. Location, location, location. That is the mantra of hotels and mantra of many companies. It is true. In my hotels, we have hotels in Gran Via, in Times Square. We have 21 hotels in operation. We started our company 10 years ago, and we're opening 12 more hotels in the next, we have 21 in operation, and we open 12 more in the next 10 years. And global, please. Whoever doesn't think global today is really stupid. All the time the press is asking me, when did you start going international? And I'm like, how can you ask that question nowadays? We are all international. I consider myself that I went international since the moment I put a foot outside of Madrid, which is my city. My 4th hotel was in New York. My 6th hotel was in Miami. My 8th one was in Amsterdam. I went global since the beginning. What happened? I remember a very important hotelier. I'm not going to say his name because he's a very good friend of mine and he's one of my top hoteliers. But he thought it wrongly. One day I had dinner with him 7 years ago and he told him, I said, listen, I'm going to go out and I'm going to do my hotels international. And he said, Kike, you're crazy. When we have so much tourism in Spain, I'm going to, and I remember he wrote in a map, he wrote, I want Spain and I'm going to put 18 points more. He already had 80 hotels. I want to put 80 points more and I want focus on Spain. I got home and I asked my husband, Carlos, look at what happened. Our friend has told me this. What should we do? And thank God my husband has very set ideas. He said, Kike, you always thought you were going to go international. Go international. Don't change your ideas. Don't change your focus. And I did. What happened? This friend of mine has almost gone broke because all the Spanish crisis hit him so hard. And what happened? I had 80% of my income coming from abroad thanks to going international since the beginning. I'm going to show you a few of my new openings. I'm opening 12 more, but this is Milan, right next to El Duomo, and it's decorated by a very famous decorator called Patricia Urquiola. This one is in Malaga, in Plaza de la Marina, right next to the sea. It's very beautiful. It's done by Victoria Melian. This was in Istanbul. We're opening 3 hotels in Istanbul. We believe a lot in Turkey, and we are going to open 3 more. And this one is beautiful. It's done by Lázaro, a very famous decorator from Barcelona. This is Barcelona. It's going to be in Paseo de Gracia with Aragon, and it's called, Lorenzo Castillo is going to do it. This was going to be called Ana. As you see, they're all in central locations. Some of them are classical, some of them are modern. I want my client to have an experience each time they come to one of my hotels. My team, as when you work in sport, you know you have to have a team. I can be here talking to you because my team is opening 2 hotels for the next month. And the team is the most important thing that I have. Communications. I'm all the time. Anytime I see a microphone, I'm talking on the microphone. I have to communicate. You have to do. Nowadays, communication, if you don't communicate, you do not exist. Don't try to invent water. Everybody's telling me, oh, Kike, you invented. No, I don't invent. What I do is I like to see a project that I like, and what I try to do is better it. I knew that I did not find a hotel that I wanted to stay in, and what did I do? I made my own chain, and I made it better with the things I liked. And my next company that I'm going to tell you about in a little bit has been the same thing. I did not find what I liked, but I wanted and needed in the market, and that's what I have changed. This is one of my rooms, and this is the beginning of my next startup, which is, this is my hotel in New York. And in my hotel in New York, we had a room called Family Room. It's a beautiful room with 4 bunk beds. Each one has its television, and each one has its headphone. And it has a big bathroom. So it's perfect for a family with 2 kids, for girlfriends who are going shopping, for friends who are going partying, for anything. And we had this booked all year round. So we took it out of the commercial market and we commercialized it ourselves directly. And we started asking, why is this? Why is this room being so demanded? And we saw that the people were traveling in a different way. They weren't asking for rooms of 2 people. They were asking for bigger rooms. So that's how I came up with B-Mate. And what is B-Mate? B-Mate is the following. When last year I was in Madrid and the Hotelier Association, one of them came to me and said, Kike, you have so much presses in the press. We want you to join us to do a strike and to prohibit this company from America called Airbnb. I had never heard about it, and I said, wow. First of all, prohibit is something against my principles. I hate to prohibit anything. I don't want anybody to prohibit anything to me, so I don't want to do it to anybody else. Second of all, I don't like to do a strike. So I said to them, listen, let me study this company. And I started studying this company, and I said, wow, what a company. This is something amazing. What a success story. And then I sat down and I said, okay, why have I not used this company? First of all, because I have a certain age, and I've heard bad stories that sometimes the apartment exists, sometimes the apartments are not what the picture shows. So first of all, security that you're going to find is a big problem. Second of all, at my age, well, maybe I want them to clean the apartment, or I want a nanny for my daughter, or I need a cook. And I said, okay, this company is very good, but it doesn't attend my needs. And I started asking between my friends, raise your hands, how many of you have used Airbnb? Okay, you'll see the average age is below 30. And the rest of us who are over 30, Many of us have not used it for these reasons. So that's when I started looking, and first thing I did was took one of my hotels, the Oscar, in the center of Madrid, and I said, a kilometer radius around Oscar. How many apartments are in the platforms? And I found that there were 360 apartments around that hotel of mine. I said, my God, it's not that we're going to prohibit them, they're already here. So what did I do? I took my team, and we sat down, and we decided, what we are going to do is, we are going to, instead of having all the apartments that Airbnb has in Madrid, 10,000, 20,000, and they all can go and join Airbnb, I'm going to do a select club. And I'm going to find, around my hotels in the center of the cities, I'm going to find between 500 and 1,000 apartments that I go and see, that we approve, and if we don't like the pictures that they have, we send our photographer. So those apartments are guaranteed, and all of you know that when we say in BMate that we have this apartment, it's good, and these are the pictures, they exist, it's true. So we give you a guarantee, number one. Second of all, you can use, because we use the center as a center point, we use our hotels, you can pick up the keys 24 hours a day in our lobbies. You can leave your suitcases 24 hours a day in our lobby. And most important of all, you have concierge service 24 hours a day. This is very important because how many of you have heard, oh, I got late to the apartment and the guy at 3 o'clock in the morning was angry because he had to wake up. Then you have the suitcases. Or what happens if you go with a family and you need a doctor at 3 o'clock in the morning? Who do you call? So we can give you all those services from our hotels for the same price, a little bit more than Airbnb. And then, which is very important, we give you a menu of extra services. Cleaning, nanny, you pay for what you want and for what you need. So what are we doing? We are giving you unique apartments in the center of the cities with hotel services, especially targeted at a different target than Airbnb, targeted a bit older. So when I started in hotels, I found the same thing. When I started with hotels, I had the 5-star hotels, very expensive, and then you had the Pensión del Peine, which are hostels, and that's where I put my roommate hotels, in the middle, catered to somebody that wanted affordable luxury in the center of the cities with a lot of decoration. I found that there was the same niche in the apartment sector. You had the apartments, full-star, full-service, very expensive, very good, but they gave you drivers, butlers, everything, but very expensive. And then you had the other platforms, which are fantastic, but they don't give you service. And that's where I put BMate. So what is BMate? BMate is unique apartments with hotel services. And you can pick up your keys, pick up and deliver the keys, luggage. You can have reception 24 hours a day. And now we have put something at all these, well, these are the extra services that you do on demand. And how do we do that? Something new that we have just put up into our platform, we have put a CityMate. Because many times when you come to a city and you don't know what is in the city, you don't know anything, you need somebody to help you. So we have one of our boys or girls to be waiting for you when you arrive in the apartment, give you the key himself, go up with you to the apartment and verify that everything is fine. What is this? We want to become a safety net. I don't want to have 20,000 apartments. We want just to have 10% of the apartments, and we want to cater to you specially, to do you the trip of your life. These are some of the apartments that we have. Very cool, very nice. We have in Madrid, in Barcelona. We have in 10 cities where we have roommate. And now we're coming to agreement with other big hotel companies to be able to expand in 25 other cities and to have other hotel chains become our hotel ambassadors. This is Amsterdam, and this is roommate. Gentlemen, thank you, Maria. Thank you, South Summit, for inviting me. It's a pleasure. And now, I think we're going to do some questions. We have time for a few questions. We do? We have time for some questions? Okay. Please, I would like some questions. Who's going to be the first one? Nobody? Ahí, una pregunta. Ahí. Ahí arriba.
Morning.
Hello.
Just a simple question. What do you consider one of your biggest failures in this roommate process?
In the roommate process, what do I consider one of my biggest failures?
Failure, obstacle that you had to overcome.
Well, one of my biggest
Challenges.
obstacles that I had to overcome was, it's at different times, different stages. At one point, it was finding finance. Well, at one point, it was finding buildings and hotel owners that would believe in my idea. Then at another stage, it was finding finance. And now, it is not having enough time to run as much as I want. Somebody else? Aquí.
Thank you for your energy. Thank you. It was great to listen to you.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to ask you, where do you see your company in 4 years? It's really very far away, but let's say 2 or 3 years. How do you see it? I mean, where do you see yourself? Talking about the Roommate Olympics.
The Roommate. Well, in Roommate is like it's like a baby. I have a fantastic team now. So Roommate is going to grow, because our model is very scalable. You have to think it's really, where our principle is bed, shower, and breakfast. And we're like a boutique bed and breakfast in the center of the cities with a lot of decoration. So our model works everywhere. Right now, our expansion in the next 4 years is going to be North and South America and all of Europe. That's with Roommate. And with BMate, it's a technological company right now. So we're in Roommate, it has its rhythm. We want to reach 50 hotels by the end of middle of next year in Roommate. But with BMate, we're going much faster. We're going to have, from here to January, we're going to have 28 new cities incorporated, and it's completely different. And we're going at different speeds right now. So, I mean, no limit. I'm very ambitious, so I want to go very far. I brought new shareholders. In Roommate, we already have shareholders. It's something very important that I tell you. Always choose your right shareholder. I was very lucky, and I brought the Zara family in with me 3-4 years ago, so that was a very good help. And now in BMate, we brought in a very good angel investor and a very good technological investor, and we're looking at more investors a bit further down. We're going to do another fundraising in January.
Question is, how did you, I mean, it's quite a big jump to go from being a horse competitor in the Olympics to owning a hotel and then expanding into, like, I mean, just making that jump from kind of horse rider and then convincing people that you're the guy that can run hotels and all of that. Like, how did you go about that process of, like, converting from horse racing?
Oh my God, it was very difficult.
Owning a hotel.
It was very difficult, but I always used hotels, so I knew what I liked and what I didn't like. So it was difficult. The first times we used friends, fools, and family, so they convinced me that we bought a little small 30-room hotel. So I managed to have one showcase, which was that first hotel, and I would take everybody there, and it was 30 rooms and very small, and I convinced them. But it's been difficult, first of all, that they believed that I was a hotelier. They didn't accept me as a hotelier and convince me. Then the other hoteliers started bad-mouthing me, saying, no, the hotels for Sarasola are hotels for gays. And I had to come out in the press, no, I'm the gay one, not my hotels. So it was a big process of convincing people and telling them, listen, this is a business, and right now it's completely, it's a real rocket, and Roommate is going really, really well. I think that's it, gentlemen, creo. Thank you. Thank you.
Brilliant, Kike. That was just incredible. Straight on to the next session, I'm going to invite the panel to the stage, led by Mr. Alex Hoy, founder of Faction Skis. This is where we get down to detail, and we have a super exciting panelist of entrepreneurs and sports people, and entrepreneurs building technology for sports people, and sports people using technology built by entrepreneurs. And I'm excited about this discussion. So we have Alex, Giliola, Nicola, Liliana, Jose, and Kike's back with us. So I'm going to hand the floor straight over to Alex. Thank you.
How's everybody feeling? I tell you, you know, it's interesting because I don't know about, you know, some of these guys have been focused on sport all their lives, and I didn't expect to become a sports entrepreneur. But it's been fascinating because of a few things. One is that it's important. It's important not only to feel good and to look good, but to think well and to grow. And the exciting part about that is that the world's realizing this, and it's becoming not only something you watch, but something you do and you bring to yourself. And that, I think, is one of the great things that's happening in our world. I initially, even in America, we called it, you know, that's what the Californians do. And now, then that became more global. And yes, America still has a lot of very large people that should move more. But we're seeing a lot more people being inspired by people doing extreme or less extreme sports, and then out there and doing it. And we've got a fantastic group here, a mix of folks that are Olympic athletes, but also people that are enabling other people to get out there and be healthy and build businesses around that, or to be inspired by it. So we'll start with some introductions. I'm pretty humbled by the group here. We'll start with Giliola.
Yeah.
All right, everybody say that twice. Giliola comes from Latin America, and she's inspiring over 250,000 people to get out there and do their stuff. Why don't you say a little bit about what you're doing?
I'm the co-founder of Bodytech. Bodytech is a sports medical club in Colombia, Peru, and Chile. We have 135 clubs there and 250,000 customers. We have sports medical doctors, physiotherapists. We're more like a regular gym because we believe that we have to give health, and that's through exercise.
And so one of the things, you know, it's the #1 gym in all of gym company in all of Latin America, the 18th in the world. And one of the things that we want to touch on is the impossible, and then how that applies to everyone. What do you think is the most impossible thing when you thought about you build it where you are now from where you were before?
Well, Bodytech is the result of a thesis in our MBA. I had a partner, and at the beginning we started like everybody else. We went to 14 banks in Colombia, and all they say no, no, no. I mean, a gym, a club, you study 5 years at the university and then 2 years in the MBA, and you're gonna run a club. So it was like low profile industry at that time. It was 18 years ago. So at the end, my mom made a mortgage on her home and lent us the money to start. So, I mean, it was like almost impossible to start at that moment. It was the worst economic crisis in Colombia. It was 1997. And right now we are here. We're #1 in Latin America. And I believe that no other company is #1 in Latin America right now, in any other sector. So you have to work like crazy. I wanted to be an entrepreneur because I didn't want to work for anybody else, and I was so wrong. Because right now I have a 250,000 bosses that are our customers. So I thought that if you work for yourself, you're gonna have more time, and that's wrong also, because at the beginning I woke up at 4 in the morning to open the club at 5, and we closed at midnight every day. So it was like 21 hours of work every day for almost a year. And then we start growing, and I mean, when you do the things right, everything goes. Everything it's like a river.
Worth it?
Yeah.
All right, that's great. And a lot of self-belief there, and that's, I think, something that's recurring both in sport and in business, and certainly when you combine the two. So Nicolas works with a company that everybody knows and has probably climbed on, Technogym. It's the #2 in the world, #1 outside of the US. And his role there is actually a kind of a special one. It's finding the next talent in wellness and health. Again, this huge opportunity for the world, both in terms of impact and in capital. So Nicolas, why don't you tell us a little bit about some of the over-the-odds impossible things that you feel like Technogym, and especially what you're doing, is addressing?
It's, first of all, thanks for having us here. I mean, for us, for Technogym, the things that are really always motivated us, I mean, the cause that you need to buy in when you work for Technogym is we are committed to help the world moving. So having an active lifestyle that will improve, as you were saying before, any aspect of your life, not just looking good, but also feeling better and being more proactive. So the impossible challenge that we started back 30 years ago when we started outside the US, where there was let me say, the paradise of fitness. I mean, everything was starting from here, as you were saying. I mean, was trying to move the world, starting outside from where everything started, that is US. So we did a great job with our equipment. We reached the second place in the world. We were the first one outside the US. But now the challenge becomes even more difficult. That is motivating people that are not normally going to the gym. So try to find a way to make people going and become customer of Gigliola. So that's our main target, and we think technology could be very helpful in this kind of challenge in order to stay together with the people outside the gym and motivate them to get more and more active. To do this, we understood that this could not be done just inside our corporation. We need the talent that are outside there. And that's why we started an open innovation approach to this digital disruption, trying to motivate entrepreneurs in helping us in achieving this supreme goal, let me say. We are working with the top influencers around the world at the World Economic Forum, but we want also to work with the young entrepreneur. That's why we opened an accelerator in Italy to ignite the talent that could help us in reaching this supreme goal.
And so what I think is quite interesting is not only is it kind of a gimmick to get people to use the equipment, it's actually making people healthier, and then you've started something that's focused on when people are losing weight, they're also generating food for others.
Yeah, we have launched this campaign together with Expo. We have created our app that helps people in collecting moves. Moves is the unit of measure how many, more or less, a little bit more advanced than step, because you can, and calories, because you can compare two people that do the same run, and so creating challenge among them. But the more moves you collect, so the more you move, the more Technogym is committed to donate food and meals to the underserved population. So we have made an agreement with the World Food Program and launched a campaign that is called Let's Move and Donate Food. Up to now, we have donated, from the beginning of Expo, we have donated around about 600,000 meals to the World Food Program.
Excellent. Thanks so much for that inspiration. And now, Liliane is a special one. The last time I saw her was on the Mall in London in 2012, where she was crushing it for their beach volleyball team. So I'm a little bit starstruck here. It's quite exciting. But it's also quite an impressive story, because not only do you have to rise to the top of your game in order to compete in the Olympics, no matter what the sport is, but when you're in a sport where you're not getting the infrastructure, you're not part of a machine, you know, you've got that, especially in countries like China or US, and build your own, you have to have a lot of that self-confidence and faith. It would be great if you could just tell us a little bit about some of the, again, what made you think that you could do that impossible, and why?
Well, at the beginning, I was playing indoor volleyball, and I wasn't really comfortable because I thought I couldn't achieve my dream, an Olympic Games. So I moved to beach volleyball, and I had to leave home, family, friends, and was kind of hard, was tough. And I've been living there for 10 years, and at the beginning was really hard because I left home and I didn't know if what I was dreaming of was going to become true. But I start training, and year by year we were improving, and I started playing with my partner right now, I'm playing right now, in 2007. So it's already a lot of years together, and we had no help, no money, so we had to invest our parents' money with the risk that if we were not winning on the tour, we were not playing anymore, like we couldn't keep on going. So it was tough at the beginning, but our coach was trusting on us really, really hard. Like, he knew what we had to do to reach an Olympic Games, or at least to improve. Because if you improve, the results will come, and then we will have the qualification for the Olympics. Like, you know, it's step by step. So at the beginning was hard because nobody in Spain had played an Olympic Games in women, at least. So for us was kind of a dream, no? And in 2011 we had like a panic because we were qualified for the Olympics. We were 11th of the Olympic ranking, and only the 16th best teams were going. And we were 23 years old. We just started playing professional 3 years ago, and we were scared. We were really, really scared. Like, are we going to make it? We are going to make it. And when we got to the Olympic Village, was just amazing. Like a dream come true, and like everything was happening so slow.
But I think in a lot of things in life, you see a summit and you work so hard to get to it, and you get to the top of it, and then you realize that that's just the foothill and there's another one. So you've got Rio ahead of you.
Yeah, like London was our first dream, but right now get an Olympic medal is our next objective. We are working hard for that, and I think the best thing is enjoy every single day of your career, like when you train, but also when you compete. And probably all people know this feeling, but athletes, we know we are enjoying the game when you feel happy, when you read like you know what your opponent is going to do, and everything is happening so slow, like it's slow motion, everything.
So it's this concept of flow.
Yeah, the concept of flow, exactly.
And when you're working on the accounts at 11 p.m. trying to close shop, do you feel flow?
I mean, when you were talking about with the impossible, I was remembering the book of Malcolm Gladwell, Outliers. I don't know if you have read it. And when he said that you have to work 10,000 hours to be the master in something, I believe that you have to work 10,000 hours to be the master of entrepreneur. Yeah.
Yep. And you know, whether it's your serve or if it's literally getting the accounts nailed and understanding what it means, it takes practice. Yeah.
Practice every day. It's like it's like you have to train every day. So in your company, you have to work every day and you have to think every day. And I believe that being an entrepreneur is not like a part-time job. And if you are doing what's your passion, it's not like an effort.
Okay, I need to figure out how that works, but yeah. All right, Jose, Jose brings some technology and sport together. It's a geek's dream, but it's also hopefully revolutionizing how people can be inspired. Tell us a little bit about First Vision.
I'm Jose Ildefonso, the CEO of First Vision. First Vision is a wearable broadcast system that gives to you the player's point of view in sports where this was impossible before, like basketball, football, tennis, any sport. It's a jersey with the camera on the front and then with the radio frequency transmitter on the back. And it was a really crazy idea at the beginning. Today is a reality. We are trying it with the EuroLeague basketball competition, and we will try in a few weeks the product with Red Bull in Austria. And today it's very easy to say it's a very clear idea, no? It's not so complicated. But at the beginning, it was completely something impossible. All the people say to me the same thing when I explain my idea. And they said, why it's not invented, something like that? Why don't? And I said, I don't know. I will find the answer. But I think that this is a good concept, and it gives a point of view very different to audience, to fans, to put to them in their idol skin, no? To see what he's seeing, what he's playing. And it was really hard, but we work with the illusion that we can defeat the impossible, and here we are, showing our product. I want to introduce to you a video, because I'm CEO, I always selling, and please, let's play a video.
So get a little bit of a better idea of what we're talking about.
In life, there are two types of people: those who are brave and those who are cowards. The brave always look ahead, while cowards look behind them. The brave motivate, cowards reproach. The brave take risks, push and defy. The brave respect dreams, while the cowards mock them. The brave love the unknown from the bottom of their hearts, while cowards have never even visited that part of themselves. How long has it been since you've done something that came from your heart? How long have you gone contradicting your destiny? How many lives do you need to understand that you only have one?
So not only is that technologically interesting, it's inspiring. You just want to get out there and do it, and instead of just watch it, and that's really exciting. You got to be proud of that.
Yeah, the words in that video explain very well what we feel when we are developing this kind of technology. We think that we are the brave, and we are defeating the impossible, and I'm changing my way that I see life. I was creative director in an advertising agency, and I felt all the time that I wasn't creating things, because all the time I was thinking about the client's fear, about my fears, and I wasn't do what I really want to do. But right now, I think that I'm not a creative person, I'm a creator. And this is the difference today. I think that all the people has really good ideas, but only a few people has the balls
Huevos, I think is the word, right? Cajones?
Balls, I don't know how to say female balls in English. But
Ovaries?
ovaries. But a few people has the balls to develop these ideas. This is the difference between...
So that's the line between the impossible and the impossible. And everybody got a great introduction to you before, but I guess what would be fantastic, and again, what we're trying to, what I'd like to have people come away with from this is a combination of where sport and the psychology of achieving the impossible start crossing over, and maybe it's something that where you kind of had a breakthrough like that, where you kind of went and had that crushing, difficult moment, and then realized that you were able to power through. Yeah.
I always wanted, I think it's like you said, you have a goal. My ambition was to go to one Olympics, no? And it was my country's Olympics in Barcelona '92, and you worked for it, and you had bad moments, and you worked for it, and then you get there, and it's a dream come true. But then, like you say, oh, but then I want to go to the next one. So I went to 3. And then I had this moment in my life that something happened. I broke my back, and I was on the horse, and I wasn't very happy. And at that same time, I think life flows. And something came along. My husband said, "Let's do a business together. Well, let's start a hotel," and it just went on from there. And I'm very obsessed. I think sports people, we all are very focused and very obsessed, especially. And I went from one obsession to the other. And what I did feel was that there's so many comparables in sports and in life. Goals, discipline, bad moments and good moments, and especially in sports, because there was something that the Spanish team was very good at for our Barcelona Olympics, was the treatment of failure and success. No? First of all, when you are a success, to learn how to, even if it's for 20 minutes, say, good, no? And then keep on. And if it's a failure, it doesn't matter, also keep on, no? We worked a lot of that in Barcelona, and I think that really helped me for the rest of my life, not to be very down when I have a failure, and not to be very up when I have a success, no? I want, at the end, to say he had a successful career, not one day, no? I think that's something that sports teaches you.
There's always a next game.
Yes, always.
Yeah, it's focusing. It's humbling as well, but it also wakes you up in the next day. Well, that's brilliant, and what an inspiring group here. I'd love to dig a little bit more then into where you think things are changing for typical people in how they're taking sport and wellness into day-to-day life. And Nicola, that's a big focus where you've taken the position that Technogym's been in and said, how can we have a bigger effect on people? And it's been through creating an accelerator. You've got over 200 applicants, so you've whittled down to 5. What are you seeing out there that, as a society, are you seeing any changes? Are you seeing people taking health or wellness or sport differently in their perspective?
Actually, we have to say that in the last 5 years, there has been a dramatic change in this one. I mean, and this has been reflected or driven by the technology. You never know if the demand starts before or after. But all this incredible attention to the wearables, you know, people start counting their step, big companies investing in it, like Apple launching a watch that tracks what's your movement, how much you move. So there is an increasing sensibility to this kind of topic. So people are getting more and more aware that having an healthier lifestyle will improve their life, not only from as you said, from a looking perspective, but also, having an healthier life and a longer life, because
participating, being in the game,
being more and more participating. So that has been a dramatic change, but now we need to do the next step. I mean, this is starting as a niche, or is getting more and more bigger. Now it has to become a mass phenomenon. Otherwise, I mean, and this will have an impact on government, on regulation. A lot of discussion that we are trying to push, but. We believe that the tipping point has been reached. So now it's a matter of, scaling this up and making more and more people aware. And a lot will be done with incentivizing the people, nudging them in making the choice. At the end,
Gamifying it, essentially.
yeah, gamifying all this, because at the end of the day, if you really want to break through it, you need to make that the healthy lifestyle, the active lifestyle should be the default choice. Today, it's.
Do you think it's more the psychology of the game, or is it the end goal? I need to.
The problem that you normally have with this kind of topics is that the reward is too long down the line. I mean, you need to believe in something that is going to be healthier for you in 20 years down the line or 50 years down the line when you get older and you are reaching a more critical phase of your life. So sometimes you need to create incentives that shorten this payback period, and that's what we look at. So engage them with the challenge that put you, everyone likes to, challenge someone else. And so these are the kind of things that make this payoff a little bit shorter so people believe in it and start moving. Once you are engaged, then it's done. I mean, once you are engaged, you start feeling that it's good for you and you keep going.
Excellent. And so you're at 250,000 people using your gym, 250,000 bosses kind of telling you what you're doing right and wrong. What do you consider the payback that is satisfying to you? What makes you kind of say, what's the next summit? What's the next level?
I believe that my motivation has changed on time, because at the beginning my motivation was that I wanted to work for myself. Then I changed, and my motivation was that I had to pay my mom the money that she get from the bank. Then it changed to our employees. So right now we have 4,500 employees in our company. So if you have an average of 3 or 4 people per family, so 10,000 people live from Bodytech. So my motivation was to give them a good space for work. And right now my main motivation is give health to our customers and give health them through exercise. And we want that people have a better life, and we can help people to have a better life through exercise. That's our motivation right now. And we believe that we have a mantra in our company, is that success is 10% inspiration and 90% perspiration. Ideas, you can have 1,000 ideas. Yesterday I was listening some of the speakers, and yesterday I have like 10 ideas of business, but from an idea to a really business is a long way. So it's not just ideas.
Everybody wants the shortcut. Everybody wants the secret.
Yeah. But
Top
there's
10 ways.
no secret. The secret
It's
is
hard.
work hard and have discipline.
I'm a client of yours. I'm one of your bosses, and she has the best gyms in the world. I have to say, they are amazing, fantastic.
What makes them special?
Well, listen, it's the atmosphere that they did since the beginning. They put music, how they treat you. I'm a big fan of yours.
Fantastic. Huh? How about that?
That's
a good review from your boss.
Yeah, we have sports medical doctors, we have nutritionists, physiotherapists, and our trainers are all professionals in physical education or physiotherapy. So we care about our customers, and customer service, not in Colombia, in Latin America, is very, very important. It's like to be warm with your customers.
So again, and what I'd like to now kind of concentrate on as we go into the end here is the take-home value here from this discussion. And so the take-home value I'm saying, here is, you've kind of worked around it, but what, if somebody's working in, some B2B software business or something else, what can they take away from what you've learned and developed in what you're building in this kind of health sector? Yeah.
I would say that do what your passion. If you don't like what you're doing, if it becomes a nightmare, don't do it.
Okay, but can that lead you to do silly things that are going to be low value over time? You managed to find something that's your passion, and that it's quite big. But how do you make that trade-off between trying to find something that you can attain success with versus you're passionate about? B2B software is a perfect example. I don't think that many people can be that passionate about it.
You have to sacrifice. I mean, if you want to do something big, you have to do sacrifice. It's like a sports person like you, a professional sports. You do sacrifices. You train every day. I don't know how many hours like Nadal train every day. So you have to train, you have to work hard.
So it has to be something that wakes you up in the morning to do that.
It's not that tomorrow I woke up and somebody from Silicon Valley bought my company. It's not that easy.
For example, I'm a hotelier now, no? And it wasn't my passion. I just came through it by coincidence, and then it became my passion. I think passion, it's not something that's, oh, you wake up and they say, this is my passion. It could be, some people can have that. In my case, I started the business because I thought it was interesting I was going to be able to make money, and then I got into it more, and then it became my passion. No? I think you can work into passion.
I really thought at the beginning that it was a speed run, and it really is a marathon. and I'm in the middle of it. I'm looking back and saying, oh, it's better to keep working, but it's a marathon.
All right, little known fact, I started my first company that we ended up listing on the stock exchange in London on Claudio Cuello off of Juan Bravo right here in Madrid before we kind of moved away. And we had a saying, it was, this is a sprint and a marathon. You have to run fast and you have to run far. But you have to make sure you can run far. Go ahead.
For sure, you have to fail.
Yeah.
You have to fail, because otherwise you don't learn. Like, we had to lose so many games, so many points, because beach volleyball is like tennis. Or you win the point, or you lose the point. So you need to accept the mistake and work on it. And at the beginning, you are working maybe on your body, on your technique. But when you start winning, it's not about this, because all the players know how to receive, how to hit, or how to block. It's about mentally. It's all about this. It's all about attitude, believe, and patience, and keep on going. It's just keep on going.
And again, I guess when you were starting, you and your partner had to focus on getting better and building both physical and mental toughness. But then as you got to the Olympics, became one of very few of 7 billion people who have been able to kind of hit that stage. There must have been, just like with Gigliola, that kind of moment where you realize the motivations changed a little bit, things are a little bit different, and you're actually having an impact on more people. What kind of things have you been able to see with that affect mere mortals and not Olympians that you've been able to learn from or inspire?
I think at the beginning we didn't realize, because we were doing something historic for our country, but at the same time was something historic for Lily and Elsa, like something new for us. So we just wanted to do it well for us. And after the Olympics, we realized how big what happened there was, because we were in every single newspaper, on TV, everybody was talking about beach volleyball. And I think that's great. And from then, a lot of beach volleyball clubs, a lot of players are starting now to play beach volleyball. And we need to take that and make a good structure to make young players grow. And you don't realize this until you start achieving things, and some people on the street tells to you, wow, great job, or can I make a picture with you? I'm like, are you sure? It's hard to accept sometimes, but I'm not Messi, so I'm okay, I can live with that.
Well, I think it's an interesting time when you have unintended consequences. Your goal was to do this, and then you find yourself on a platform to do something else. That's quite special. Jose, things that you feel like that you've learned in your journey that everybody here can take home. things that you've learned in your journey to building this new company that everybody can take home as a...
What I have learned is that you cannot accept a no at the beginning. Maybe he's right, and you have to accept it. And I completely agree that you are failing. And what I want to say that to everyone that is here seated is that if I could done this thing called First Vision so difficult, everyone can these kind of things, because I was an advertiser and now I'm a man talking about technology, and you can change your life completely if you are convinced that you can do it.
That's fantastic. All right, well, I think that can summarize it. Be brave and get out there and make it happen. Thank you very much to our panel.
When I really want to know is, are you gonna come my way? Well, I got to know, yeah.
Cheers, appreciate that. How cool was that? Thanks, guys, please. I love that session. I just find those sessions so incredibly inspiring, and to know that these guys that are achieving amazing things have really fucking rough days, right? It's not easy. And one thing that we definitely don't want to do at South Summit is glamorize entrepreneurship, right? It's really freaking hard. Really, really, really hard. And that's why actually most of us, me included, I'm not an entrepreneur. I'm a freaking cheerleader. I worship these people because I really, really admire what they do, and I buy into their cause. But these guys are incredible. These women and young people and older guys changing their careers, achieving incredible things. And what I think is really important as well is that sometimes I see in this startup environment, you know, it's all about, well, I worked 12 hours today. No, well, I worked 16. I worked 14. I don't care. It's about what you're actually achieving, where you're going, right? And it's not like, oh, I'm suffering more than you. No, let's celebrate the successes, right? And focus on what we're doing. And it is a marathon. And as Alex was saying, it's very often a marathon of sprints. So if you're not physically, emotionally well, rested, balanced, right? I think you can find entrepreneurs in a dangerous place, right? And that's why I'm so glad to have this segment and really excited about the next speaker. to talk a little bit about balance, right? About what's the psychological fitness that we need as entrepreneurs, as sports people, as people trying to do something big and make a difference. We need to be in the right frame of mind. And Liliana just mentioned that at the end there as well, which is super important. You could be physically top of your game, but if you're not top of your game here, it might not work out so well for you. So I'm so excited to introduce our next speaker, which is Reg Lenny. Reg, can you join me on the stage, please?
Awesome. Amazing. Powerful. Best of the best. A true healer. He works with some of the most famous A-list celebrities, including movie stars, singers, industry leaders, pro athletes, and numerous royal families who have all learned the extreme importance of maintaining a very high level of mental and physical performance. We ensure you have the right balance in your life, so you not only maintain your master of the universe status with the world, but also to maintain your superhero status in the eyes of your children and your partner. You have the choice right now to live the life you want to and need to in order to keep what you have and enjoy the time, health, and energy to do what you want now and long into the future. You are among the chosen few who are about to meet the highest rated vital coach and lifestyle consultant on the planet. It's time to naturally enjoy higher levels of natural energy, taking you from good to extraordinary. Reggie Lenny, the multi-award-winning executive coach and lifestyle consultant, the best in the business, and the health concierge.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. In Madrid. We're all looking at some amazing people that have been on the stage here in the last couple of days. We take notes, we spend our time, we spend our energy, we spend our money to listen to other people, what they've done, what they've accomplished, and how we can improve our brands. How do we create a powerful personal brand? Do we even think about that? I've had the opportunity to talk to a lot of very interesting people over the last couple of days here. I've met quite a few. I noticed a lot of popular faces in the audience asking, why are you here? You've spent your money, you've spent your time, and you come here on this particular day just like other events that you've gone to. And you listen and you invest. But what do you do when you go home with that information? Are you putting it into practice to becoming the best version of yourself possible? There's many different aspects of being the best version of yourself. How do we live at the peak performance? We watched a number of the professional sports stars here earlier. Peak performance is key in all aspects. I've met investors here, I've met sports athletes here, I've met entrepreneurs. But the key is being the best version of yourself in all of these aspects. Doesn't matter what your job title is, doesn't matter what your business card says. People are going to look at you for the power that you have. And the mixed messages that we're always faced with, are we supposed to be sexy as men or women? Are we supposed to be tough in the business place? how do I get people to notice me? And what's the most important thing that I can be doing on a daily basis to get people to really understand who I am? Do you ever ask yourself, who am I really? Or do you get stuck into the vortex of doing what you think you should do and how you think you should be doing it? There is a magic key to absolute success in all areas of your life. There are true and powerful ways to becoming the best version of yourself, and it's more than just education. And there's nothing that you will learn that is more powerful than being the true version of yourself. Think about that for a minute. We're always taught we need to wear masks, and we have to pretend to be somebody at different times, different places, in our career, in our life. But are you really being you? Are you allowing the power of yourself to shine, to be that best version of yourself? There's a lot more to being than to just be something. Watch
if
this
I were a
video really
young
quick.
woman now, not sure how I'd cope.
With all the things that you have, the opportunities, the technology, I'd like to think it could be a world of pleasure.
But I fear instead it would only be a world of pressure. Pressure to be the perfect mother, the perfect wife, the perfect friend.
Pressure to be successful, a boss, a leader.
If I had my time again, I wouldn't create a to-do list. I'd create a to-don't-do list.
I'd give myself the time to indulge in the things that I now understand are the most important.
What I wouldn't give to extend those goodnight kisses instead of moaning about having to get up early in the morning.
Oh. What I wouldn't give for an extra second of cuddling my babies before they became too big to hold.
What I wouldn't give for 5 more minutes on the dance floor while my legs were still strong enough to carry me.
And this isn't about stopping our fight for equality.
Mine was a generation who burnt their bras.
But we were never in danger of burning out.
No. This is simply about you as a human being. There's the most important word, being. Being lost in the moment.
Being at peace with the world.
Being kinder to myself.
Being kinder to others.
Being able to let go and being proud to do so.
Believe me, if I were a young woman now, I'd spend more time being.
Not doing.
Did you find that powerful?
If I were a young woman...
Sorry, let's go past that. Did you find that powerful? Yeah, I do too. One of the great things that I've had the opportunity to do is work with people from many different walks of life. You saw the introductory video. What I've learned is the power of living for the now, but also looking for the future. Many times when I talk to people about health, they kind of get that glazed over look on their face. And they wonder, why do I have to think about health now? I'm too busy thinking about money. I'm too busy thinking about business. What is the right balance to have in your life? You need energy. You focus on your personal growth. You think about mental clarity. We think about our relationships, but what level does that actually come to in your list of priorities? Health is so important in your everyday life and being the best version of yourself, but it's usually on the bottom of the list. It's something you do when you have some extra time. And what does happiness mean to your success? Does it bring an important role into your life and into your business? And how does it affect your self-esteem and self-confidence? Do all these things have anything to do with your success in your career, in your business, in your life? I believe all these things are connected, and they all make a massive difference when you use them together. our lives and the success that we have in our lives and in our careers are all connected. And if one isn't working, it affects everything else. If we deal with stress in ways, if we have guilt because we're not doing what society or what others think we should be doing or what we want to be doing ourselves, everything affects everything. How you feel about your relationships that you're in, how you feel about the body that you're living in. Not having to look like what society tells us that we should look like, but feeling good about yourself and feeling powerful within yourself. And the state of your health. When you go to that expensive corporate meeting that you're supposed to attend and you've got a headache or you don't feel very good or you're tired, does that affect the way that you perform? Do you think it makes a difference to the people that you're dealing with? All of our lives and our bodies are very similar to a car. They've got bits and pieces that all work together. But something as simple as a flat tire will make a difference to your success on getting to where it is that you want to go. But when all of these things work together, you're powerful. Powerful. There's a massive difference between seeing somebody present themselves that don't really want to be there, don't really feel good about themselves, don't really enjoy what they're talking about, and somebody who loves it, somebody who's passionate, who just beams success from their heart, not from their wallet. That's what makes the difference. And when all of these things work together, it's successful. But if you just focus on one area of your life, it never works. Never. In our lives, we have systems just like the car do. And when we work on those systems together, everything flows. I believe that there's 6 very important keys to having a better body, better health, better life, better you, better relationships, and better career. I look at nutrition as number 1. But we hear so many mixed messages about it. I should be doing this diet, I should be doing that diet. My key for nutrition is to make it simple for you. We're all unique individuals. You can't read a book and think, I should be doing the same thing as everybody else, because it just won't work for you. You have a different life, different needs. Your environment, for me, is very important. Have you ever walked into your home and thought, I don't want to be here? Got into bed beside somebody you don't want to be beside? How does that affect the way you feel about yourself? Do you think it makes a difference to the success of your career and your overall life? What about exercise? We heard some of the professional sports athletes talking about exercise and how we should be doing it. Is that the right type of exercise for you? Probably not. They dedicate their lives to that, and you've got better things to be doing because you're focused on other things. So why would you be doing the same type of exercise that they're doing? You need to find what's right for you in all areas of your life. What about detoxing and cleansing? Many, many people that I've worked with that come to me for many chronic ailments and problems, by doing something as simple as detoxing and cleansing their body, can eliminate many problems that people are dealing with in their lives. It is the key to health and wellness. Mentoring and coaching, one of my favorite. What is it about mentoring and coaching that all the most successful people on the planet know? That we cannot do it on our own. It's not a weakness to ask for help, and it's not a weakness to accept help. And that's the key. We can listen to other people's examples, we can listen to what these people are talking about, but do we incorporate that into our lives? Or we just say, yeah, that's a good idea, I listened to it, it's another thing I know, but I'm not going to do it. Working with a mentor and coach will hold you accountable, and that is the key. When you surround yourself with people who make you accountable for yourself and hold you accountable to being the best version of yourself, you are going to fly. And that's where the passion and the excitement in your own life comes in. And that is going to make a difference to your relationships, to the money you earn, to who wants to be your friend, to who wants to be in business with you, to who wants to invest with you, to who wants to be around you. When you shine and you're showing something unique and different, that's what mentoring and coaching is about. And healing is my last key. Healing comes from a combination of all these things that we've spoken about. Because when you're true to yourself, you become the best version of yourself. And you'll notice that aches, pains, headaches, depression, things like that start to just drift away. Passion is power. And passion is also health, natural healing. You are the best healer. Always looking outside for something else, for the magic pill, for the magic doctor, for the magic therapist, for the magic person that's going to make you feel better about yourself. It's not outside. It's inside. And that's where you're going to find your passion, your health, your healing, and your success. Health and holistic health is all connected. And when you use it all together and you look at yourself as a holistic being rather than I'm just a CEO or I'm just an athlete or I'm just a corporate worker, the power comes from bringing it all together. That's when you become the best version of yourself. And these 6 keys affect everything. And when you incorporate them into your life becomes magnificent. You excel in all areas of your life, not just one. It affects how effective we are at everything we do. And people judge you. Using as an example somebody that you know, is there a difference between somebody who's passionate and loves their life compared to somebody who's not really excited about the life that they're living or who they're living with or how they're doing it? Of course there is. We get judged as human beings all the time. And if you want to be a better version of yourself, you have to start being true to yourself and looking at yourself in all aspects of your life. And it does affect how much money you make. Many people here today are here because they want to earn more money. One of the things that I've been very lucky with and fortunate in my life is to work with amazing people all over the world. Now let me be clear, I'm not talking about the way people look, the size that you are. You're not supposed to look like somebody that stepped out of a GQ magazine. In fact, I've worked with many of those people and they don't even look like that. I'm talking about how you work together as a whole. Everything about you. And when everything works together, that's when you work your best. And that is your personal brand. I've had the opportunity to travel all over the world and work with some amazing people who have strived their whole life to become the best version of themselves possible. You saw in the video earlier some of the people that I've had the great privilege of working with. But many people that weren't on that video are people who you know and you've heard of, you've seen movies, on TV, sports athletes, but where are they now? They've worked their entire life to become hugely successful. They've given their everything to be the best version of themselves, only focused on one thing. I know very wealthy people who are very depressed. They're alone. They've gone through multiple marriages. They have children that they have no idea who they are, where they are. Many of these people haven't even got their health. How many people do you know that were hugely successful and wealthy? Stock market comes and wipes them out. Now they've got nothing. They haven't got their health, they haven't got their friends, they haven't got their family, they haven't got their business, and they haven't got their money, which they thought was the most important thing. Bring it back to yourself. We are not designed to fit in, even though society is always telling us to do what everybody else does. This is the way we do it. This is the way we are supposed to act. This is the way you're supposed to do it. That is not true. You were born to stand out. You were born to be different. And if you look at these exceptionally successful people, they are the way that they are because they're standing out, not because they're the same as everybody else. I challenge you to ask yourselves the difficult questions, to get within yourself, to really understand who you are and what your passion is, to become the best version of yourself, and then share that with everybody else. And that's my message to you. Look at yourself as a whole, and that's your challenge. Thank you very much for your time. And thank you to Maria for having me here at the Cell Summit. Now, if you want to talk about personal brand, if you haven't met Maria yet, put it on your to-do list. That is a powerful woman who shines. Just by being around her, you feel good, right? I'll take a couple of questions, I think. Have we got time for a couple of questions? 1 minute. We got any questions? Anybody interested? Come on. Yes.
Hi, Rick.
Hi there.
I'm curious about your opinion about the use of drugs to enhance your performance in the corporate environment.
What do you think I'm going to say to that, Anna? No. Across the board, no. When you find yourself in the position where you need drugs to enhance your personal power, that is a sure sign that you're not living to your own personal brand. You're not doing what makes you passionate. Right? When you're passionate about what you do, you don't need drugs. You don't need anything. And I had the opportunity to work with a lot of guys on Wall Street, worked in Hollywood a lot. Most of these people are on something, especially the Wall Street guys. And they are not happy people. So look long term while you're living for today.
Yeah, so my question was because before you were talking about not using, not so much the advice, you know, but maybe the diets that are on books or doing things that are specific to yourself, you know, not what everybody else does. And you were also saying about knowing how to take advice from other people and incorporating.
I missed that last part.
Yeah, taking advice from other people and incorporating it into your life. So in a way, I understand how that could work, and it also sounds a little bit in opposition to one another. So where would you draw the line?
Yeah, you draw the line on making it your own. The key is to learn from people who know what they're doing, and that comes back to mentoring and coaching. When you hire a coach, if any of you people here don't have a coach that you're working with, get one today. And find the one that matches what it is you need. What I mean by that is, for example, if you want to lose weight, you're not going to hire a fat nutritionist. If you want to earn a lot more money, you're not going to hire somebody who's driving an old beat-up car.
Why not?
Right? So, and the same thing with nutrition, exercise, whatever. Learn from the people that know what they're doing, but then make it your own. Only you live your life. Only you know what your daily strategies are. And that's what you have to incorporate in. Because as soon as you try to fit your life into somebody else's routine, you're going to fail. It's not maintainable. You may achieve it for a short period of time, but you won't maintain it long term. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And that's it. Thank you very much for your time. Enjoy the rest of the summit.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you. an interesting and fresh perspective there and some lessons we
Great.
can learn.
No,
Folks,
we are friends already.
Take it, guys, your mic is on. Now we're taking a 10-minute coffee break. Please be back here in 10 minutes because we have an incredible speaker, David Brown, one of the co-founders of Techstars, one of the most exciting and one of the first international acceleration programs out there. Back at 11:30, folks. Thank you.
Taking our baby now. Twist and shout. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, baby now. You know what we are now. You know you look so good. You know you look so fine. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, baby now. Yeah, I know you'll be on your mind. Twist and shout. Come on, come on, come on, come on, a little closer now. I know you'll be on your mind. We're shaking our baby now. Twist Girl, you really got me now. You know I'm gonna go in now. Girl, you really got me going. You know I'm gonna sleep last night. Oh yeah, you really got me now. You got me so I'm gonna sleep last night. Oh yeah, you really got me now. You got me so I'm gonna rise now. You really got me. You really got me. Please don't let me set me free. I know I wanna by your side. Please don't ever let me be. I don't wanna by your side. Girl, you really got me down. You got me so I'm gonna sleep last night. Oh yeah, you really got me now. You got me so I'm gonna rest night. like you will get high as the morning sky. This song I sing will never die. Get it low as a gravel road in 1,000 tongues. My story's told.
Hello, there we are. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you grabbed a coffee or a little snack from our food trucks outside. More fuel for the rest of the morning because we have an incredibly ambitious program. And you wouldn't believe the guys I have backstage. I'm just like freaking out here. It's all the dreams coming true at once. But without further ado, we're going to go to our next keynote. We are so thrilled to have this guy here. It is incredible to count with one of the co-founders of Techstars. Techstars is literally, woo, 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 there they are. They literally one of the first and the most successful accelerator programs out there. I absolutely adore their philosophy and watching the growth and the success of this company for many years. Amazing to see them expand into London, now Berlin, now just recently South Africa, and starting to enter into 4 corners of the globe. I also see a lovely trend of Techstars hiring Irish people, which I think also works, hopefully adding to their success, right, Brian? But thrilled to have David on stage here, so take advantage. You might get the opportunity to ask a few questions, so get here, and I'm going to turn the stage over to David Brown, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. I have my bottle of water in case I have a Marco Rubio moment. Do you guys know what a Marco Rubio moment is? No. He's a presidential candidate who is always thirsty and needs a drink of water. It's great to be in Madrid. I've traveled the world, and I've actually never been in Spain. This is my first time. And thank you very much for the warm welcome. So I landed this morning. I took a drive over here. That's all I've seen so far, but so far it's great. And what a great venue, actually, to have this conference. My name is David Brown. I am the co-founder of Techstars and managing partner there, and super excited to be able to talk a little bit with all of you today about the distribution of talent and opportunity. Those are some big words, but what does it mean? It means the concept that entrepreneurs really are born all around the world. I'm a lifelong entrepreneur. I started my first startup when I was in college. I'm 51 years old now. I've never had a job interview in my entire life. And I've done startup after startup after startup, and I have this wonderful, incredible job where I get to work with brilliant people who are changing the world in their own ways every single day. I get to come to work every day and see if I can help them chase their dreams in some small way. And guess what? That happens everywhere, right? That doesn't just happen in one place of the world. Entrepreneurs are born, we're born with this little mental defect, right? Where we, decided somehow that we wanted to do this crazy journey called entrepreneurship and create startups. And I'll tell you in a little bit about my journey in that respect. But how many of you in the audience self-identify as entrepreneurs? Raise your hand. Awesome. So at least half. The other half of you are probably sleeping still. It is a great thing to have so many entrepreneurs. And I just want to show just a few pictures, right, from some of our programs. And this is what entrepreneurship is all about. It's people working hard on their product, on their ideas. These folks are trying to change the world in their way, on their products. Entrepreneurship isn't just about individuals, it's about teamwork. It's about working in groups. It's about listening to each other, because that's what entrepreneurs want to do. We want to share best practices and understand from each other what things are working in your business and what is it about your business that I can apply to my business. These are some entrepreneurs in Texas. Entrepreneurs are type A personalities, right? What did this guy just do? I was there that day. That's Matt Ellis. Matt just won a game of ping pong, right? That's entrepreneurship, right? You are striving to succeed every day. And when you get your first customer, what do? Right? You celebrate. So where are entrepreneurs? These are tech hubs all around the world. And you notice that they're clustered around where there are people. Because the people who are born to be entrepreneurs are born everywhere in the world. Yet, many would believe that there's only one place to start a company. I'll let you look for the green dot. You know, that green dot obviously is Silicon Valley. And it used to be that if you wanted to be successful in a startup, you had to move there. That was where the investors were, right? That's where the ecosystem was. That's where you had to build a business. But that world has really changed. And yet many of us still believe, not me, but many folks believe that that is still the only place to start a company. But think about that, right? Do all of you who have startups want to move to Silicon Valley? Do you know how expensive it is to live in Silicon Valley today? Do you know how expensive it would be if all of us decided to move there? It's not realistic. The days of going to Sand Hill Road and pitching venture capitalists in a fancy boardroom, those days are over. The world is changing. The world has become one big interconnected network. And all of us are helping change that by starting our businesses elsewhere. VCs in the days to come will no longer sit in those boardrooms on Sand Hill Road, but will engage into the network, participate in programs, meet all of you where you live, find ways to help you, give first, right? And then ultimately invest their capital in the most promising startups. It no longer makes sense to start a business in Silicon Valley. It's funny because when I give the talk, when I speak in Silicon Valley, I try this experiment. I say to the audience, how many of you are actually from Silicon Valley? And I get people to raise their hand. And almost nobody does, right? People have moved there from elsewhere, right? Entrepreneurs are born all around the world. And this is where successful businesses are being created. And I just took a random sampling of different companies from different countries, Hootsuite from Canada, right? Skype here in Europe and Spotify, Easy Taxi from Brazil, of course Alibaba, you know, an enormous success story. There are lots of great companies that have been created all around the world. And guess what? If you overlay that map that I was showing before of the location of the entrepreneurs, not surprisingly, right, there's a strong overlap between where these companies are created and where the entrepreneurs are clustered. So let me tell you just briefly a little bit about my journey. I'm Canadian. I was born in Montreal, Canada. I started as an entrepreneur back in the 1980s. In the 1980s, being an entrepreneur was not cool. Being an entrepreneur was a little bit like being an inventor. It was that thing your crazy uncle did, on weekends. And my family, my parents, my friends, when I said I wanted to start my own business, they said, well, what are you going to do for a living? Right? It wasn't accepted. Today, you go to engineering schools, everybody wants to do a startup. Back then, I went to engineering school. Everybody wanted to go work for Microsoft or IBM. The cool kids wanted to work at Microsoft, and the stodgy ones wanted to work at IBM. And I knew that that wasn't me, right? I knew that. I knew that in college. I had this incredible experience where I won a lottery and I got a job working for the government as a summer job. And I knew that that was exactly what I didn't want to do for a living. The joke in the government office, this is their joke, is why are there white lines in the hallways of government offices? And the answer is so the people who are arriving late don't bump into the people who are leaving early. That's what it was like. Nobody was working hard. They were punching a clock, right? Except I had this crazy supervisor who, had disheveled hair and was coding away on something in the corner, staying late at night. And I got to know him a bit, and it turned out he was doing a startup. And then after my summer gig was over working for the government, he invited me to join his startup. It wasn't a great success, but it gave me the taste. And I discovered that at that time, there was no ecosystem where I lived in Montreal, Canada. The ecosystem in Montreal, if you were an entrepreneur, you were sort of all by yourself. And so I wound up discovering that the United States, at least at that time, was the place to be. And so I got a job offer from another startup that was affiliated with our startup that was based in Miami, Florida. So I moved from Montreal to Miami. It was a funny story because I'm 22 years old. I just graduated from college. I'd just broken up with a girlfriend. My lease was up on my apartment. All my friends were moving away. And so I got this job offer, and 3 days later, I accepted right away and started 3 days later in Miami. And all I did when I got the offer in Miami was fly home, pack all my stuff into my car, you know, with a plan to leave it at my parents' house until I could figure out how to get it down to Florida. And I went to a wedding, and during the wedding, my car got stolen. So I had this like amazing fresh start. I moved down to the United States. I moved to Miami, Florida. I had the, you know, jeans and t-shirts that I had bought right after the wedding, and that's all I owned. And there, I worked for another startup. And we got things going, and I had this great experience of sort of building something from scratch and working for an American entrepreneur who was willing to bet the farm every day and figure out how to get the business going. Eventually, I met this guy, David Cohen, who's been my co-founder on all the businesses, including Techstars I've done since then. We worked together in Miami. And we started a business together that we ultimately moved to Boulder, Colorado. Another crazy story there, right? Boulder's a tiny little town, 100,000 people. And we chose to go based on a napkin. We went to a restaurant, we wrote out a couple of places we wanted to live. We scratched out the bad ideas that the other two co-founders had. Boulder was the only one left, and so we moved and built a business in Boulder. And it wound up being a great success, and we had a good exit, and we ran another business. We started another business there, and it was a great failure. And then ultimately, we started a third business there, which was called Techstars. And so people ask me all the time, why did you start your business in Boulder, Colorado, a town of 100,000 people, right? And the answer is that's where we lived, right? We had a life there. We had home there. We had family there. We had friends there. That's where we wanted to live. We didn't want to go to Silicon Valley. Of course, Techstars now has grown over the years. And this is where we run accelerator programs. The slide is out of date. We announced, as Liz was saying, we announced a couple more. We have one in Cape Town and one in Tel Aviv that we announced yesterday. And so we are on 4 continents now, sort of helping serve entrepreneurs all around the world. And what we're trying to do is try to help by creating this global network so that whether you start your business in Cape Town, Tel Aviv, Silicon Valley, Madrid, or anywhere else in the world, that you can become part of something bigger, something global, that you can become connected into this network, into this ecosystem of mentors and investors that are around the world, because they will come here, right? Or they will go to Cape Town, or they will go elsewhere in the world to find the most promising startups. We now have employees, 130 employees at Techstars that are scattered a little bit all over the world. And we do have employees, although we don't run accelerators in Silicon Valley, we do have employees in Silicon Valley because it is an important part of the global ecosystem. It is important that if you start a business here in Europe, or in South America, or in Africa, you will want those connections to be able to go into Silicon Valley, and we want to help facilitate that. And then through our merger with Startup Weekend and Startup Week, these are the locations worldwide where we now run events. There's 1,000 events every year all around the world in 120 or so countries, more countries than Starbucks is the statistic. And it's great to see how many fantastic entrepreneurs and businesses emerge from far away, far-flung places. So back to sort of our pictures of entrepreneurs a little bit. So this is Christelle. She's from Teslio. Teslio's from Estonia. A great company that came through our Austin program, has been tremendously successful in growing their business, Estonian-based. Estonia is a great hotspot for startups. GrabCab is another company that came through our Boston program, had a $100 million exit, right? Never based in Silicon Valley, not a US company, did fantastically well. Classics and Exotics is an example of a company that came from Israel and is building a great business there. The cowboys that we looked at earlier are actually from Poland. Their business is called Vertkick, and they came through our program in San Antonio, fully embraced the cowboy culture, right? Everybody referred to them as the Polish cowboys, but they were building a great business back in Warsaw, which they call home. So what do we do, right? Which is, I want to leave a little, I'm going to go through this a little quickly because I want to leave a little time for Q&A. But what do we do to make sure that our startup communities around the world can be as successful as Silicon Valley? The definitive book on the subject is Startup Communities by my other co-founder at Techstars, Brad Feld. And in Startup Communities, if you haven't read it, it's a great opportunity to figure out how you can help in your local ecosystem build a community. There are 4 parts to how to do it, and he refers to it as the Boulder thesis. The first is startup communities need to be led by entrepreneurs, right? It's all of us that need to organize the meetups or the sessions or the exchange of ideas that create a community. This can't be some government program. The second is it's a long-term view. Brad likes to say it's 20 years from wherever you are. So in Boulder, we started 8 years ago. And so then he said it'll take you 20 years. Now he'll say it's another 20 years. If you start here now, it's going to be 20 years. And the point here is take the time to get it right, to build an ecosystem. Don't be rushed, right? Have some community events, engage across the entrepreneurial stack, and you will build something magic in any community. The third point to the Boulder thesis is a philosophy of inclusiveness. You want to bring in, it's not just entrepreneurs. You want to bring in universities, you want to bring in government, you want to bring in service providers because they will be helpful. And then lastly, you want to create events that allow entrepreneurs to rally around the entire entrepreneurial stack. So an accelerator, a startup weekend, a startup week, those are events where entrepreneurs and the entire ecosystem come together to celebrate in a moment in time, in a single place, entrepreneurship in a local community. Doing that, doing a cocktail party or a dinner is not enough, right? You have to have these events. So those are some ideas. On how to engage in your ecosystem. And my clock is telling me that I'm running out of time a little bit, so I want to sort of see if there are any questions that I can answer. You can just shout them out, I think. Oh, thank you. Thanks for the applause. But I was looking for questions. So maybe raise your hand if you have a question. Let's try that. Let's go. Yeah. The Techstars? Yeah. What is the most valuable asset that somebody could bring to an entrepreneur, or that we bring? I think it's the network, right? I think the ability to connect with a giant ecosystem that's worldwide. So if you're an entrepreneur in Europe, but you want to go to New York and build your business in America, right? That is something that you want people to introduce you to so that you can understand the differences in culture or product or customs to be able to be successful in that environment. Same is true not only of the United States, but South America or Asia, etc. You want connections to mentors, to investors, to other entrepreneurs in local areas. Maybe you're traveling and you're going to spend some time in Cape Town or Tel Aviv and you want to get engaged there. What we try to do is bring together all communities so that we are all functioning as one. Yeah. There's a microphone coming. Just trying to get them in quick because we're running out.
Hi. What Techstars looks in for startups, and what are the criteria that they, and at what stage usually these startups are accepted at Techstars?
Yeah, so we have 6 criteria. Have you heard them? Team, 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 market, progress, idea. And the notion is that it's people that matter most. And it matters so much that it's enough to take up the first 3 spots. Great founders with a mediocre idea will do so much better than mediocre people with a great idea. And that's the most important criteria. Any other questions? Yeah. Go ahead.
Do you follow up? I mean, once they are out of your accelerator, I mean, how do you keep them engaged with the community of Techstars along the years until their success or their failure for the next round?
Yeah, it's a great question. You know, in the early days of Techstars, we didn't think of it, right? The first year, the founders were the, 9 other companies that graduated with you, and the second year, it was the 10 guys from last year. Now there's 700 companies that have graduated from Techstars, 1,700 individuals, approximately. And so we have dedicated full-time personnel that help engage the alumni. That might be social events in various communities around the world, which we do on the second Thursday of every month, but it's also people like Don Loeb, who's our Vice President of Corporate Development, who's full-time in Silicon Valley, facilitating relationships with companies like Facebook or Snapchat, Twitter, et cetera. He's built those relationships there so that if you're a founder anywhere in the world that's been through one of our programs, we can help you build business development relationships in the Valley and elsewhere. So there's there's a whole bunch of different ways. It is really important that post-accelerator, that we take advantage of this network, that founders take advantage of this network to be able to continue to grow and scale their business. All right, last question. Go for it. I'll repeat it.
My name is Luis. I come from Germany, and it's a small city. Would be the Boulder of Germany. It's Bremerhaven, 100,000 inhabitants. And we are going to have, in 1 week, the Startups Weekend. I just started my own startup, and they are even showing me as a role model because it's not a place where they have experience. What would be for you, I don't know, a hint or a suggestion, some advice I can give the people who are really lost? They don't really know. The people who are coming there, they don't even know what is an accelerator.
Yeah, I was trying to put that slide back up. So the first thing I would do is encourage them to read that book, Startup Communities by Brad Feld. It's full of advice on how to start that community. Look, 100,000 people is not too small. We have a startup weekend, we have a startup week in Boulder. It's 100,000 people. We have 4 accelerators in one small town. Now, it's taken some years to be able to build up to that level. But don't be discouraged. 100,000 is not too small to get a thriving startup community going. All right, I think we're out of time. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks a million. Whatever the audience wants, David, we give them what they want. So a few more minutes with David Brown, of course, is worth the time. Don't leave. Stay with us. I can see you. And we've got a really exciting panel. This next panel, every single person on this panel deserves a keynote here. How do you measure, right? How do you measure achievements and awesome company builders? The people on the next panel have built incredible companies from the 4 corners of the world. We have a VC from Istanbul. We have an entrepreneur based out of Dubai that's built incredible companies across the Arab world. We have a Spanish half Nigerian guy that started out in Madrid with 20 and then went on to San Francisco to build a bunch of other successful companies. And of course, we have Valentin from Telefonica Open Future, who are seeding entrepreneurship right across Spain and, of course, Latin America as well. So I'm really excited to introduce the next panel, led by Dilik. Let's go, guys. Building billion-dollar businesses outside of the Valley.
Working? Gracias. Thank you.
Okay, welcome all to our panel on building billion-dollar companies out of Silicon Valley. And I have great panelists who created billion-dollar businesses or who are serial entrepreneurs, created really successful companies, and now they are on their way to create billion-dollar companies. And we have Telefonica here who is helping ecosystem to create those successful startups. And I am Dilek Dayınlarlı. I'm a venture capitalist focused on emerging markets for early stage investments. And I am an optimist and realist. I believe in phenomenal success stories can come out of Silicon Valley or from anywhere, like athletes or artists actually. The qualification required for a successful entrepreneur, like vision, courage, technical knowledge, and like ability to build a great team is a universal thing. And actually, we see it from the results too. Like when you look at the billion-dollar companies created after 2003, more than half of it coming from out of Silicon Valley, actually. And once I was talking one of the really successful Turkish entrepreneur in Silicon Valley who created like 3 in a row, more than $1 billion worth of companies. He told me that he was really lucky because they taught him how to become a really successful CEO and how to grow his company. Then, since then, it's like buzzing in my mind that we are missing biggest part in our ecosystems, which is mentorship. Like, we still can create huge opportunities, but how we can bring that mentorship to our like ecosystems. And I believe this panel is it's going to be so exciting, and we should get most out of these guys and learn from their experiences. And I'm going to open the floor to tell about themselves a little bit, starting from Fadi.
So my name is Fadi Ghandour. I am the founder of a company called Aramex, which is one of the leading logistics companies in emerging markets, starting from the Middle East, eventually expanding into Africa, Asia, Australia, and everywhere else in the world. I took my company public on NASDAQ back in 1997, a long time ago, and then took it back out again, and then took it back public again on the Dubai Stock Exchange. So I did 2 IPOs, 1 private placements, and the leverage buyout, and I eventually ended up leaving the business. As a CEO, I'm still the largest investor there, and now I am like you, a VC investing in seed stage and growth stage technology companies across the Middle East.
But also you co-founded the Maktub, which is one of the biggest exits of Middle East.
Yes, so I was the first investor and co-founder of Maktub, which eventually we sold. It was the first big exit for a Middle East company to Yahoo in 2009. So we survived the dot-com crash because we started during, it took us 10 years to exit. So you need to think about that. 10 years to exit your business. Don't be in a rush.
I'm going to come back, and I have a lot of questions. I'm sure they want to learn a lot too. And Rodrigo?
Hi, I'm Rodrigo del Prado. I'm one of the founders of BQ, a Spanish company dedicated to manufacturing smartphones mainly. We started the business 5 years ago. There were no exits yet. We don't want to exit because we love what we do. And the main thing about us is that we were able to start from 0 to 200 million euros last year without having any investment. So there's VC is an option, but there are also other options.
Okay. And Valentin?
Hi, my name is Valentin Fernandez. I am Global Head of Business Development and Partnership in Telefonica Open Future, which is the unit of Telefonica in charge of open innovation and promoting the innovation. And well, in terms of investments, we have already committed more than $300 million with more than 600 companies invested in different vehicles. And we continue to do many things, especially in Europe and Latin America.
And I'm going to pass to Paul.
Hi.
Hi.
I am Paul Ford. I am a lifelong entrepreneur, starting that journey a long time ago. Started really founding technology-based startups in the early 2000s, right after the bubble. Great time to found a startup company. No, not a good time. Did it anyway with my wife as a co-founder. Yeah, that was tough. And that's a whole nother panel. We'll get to that later. You know, to various degrees of success, you know, built some things, sold some things, built some things, sold some things, end up in a little company called Rackspace, and came in as corporate development, did some cool stuff there, helped build out the Rackspace Cloud ecosystem. Moved on from there to work with some friends of mine in Dallas, Texas, the non-Silicon Valley part of Texas. Dallas, Texas, a company called SoftLayer, infrastructure as a service company, as an early employee. And you know, we took that company and grew it very successfully from Dallas, eventually to a $2.3 billion exit to IBM. It was a good day to be a VP at SoftLayer. Planned to take some time off, that didn't happen, and jumped straight into another one, Techstars company from the 2009 class, the second class of Techstars, called SendGrid, and now I'm the mailman. We send email. We send about 20 billion emails a month, and we're working on another billion-dollar company outside of Silicon Valley.
Adeyemi?
Hi, so my name is Adeyemi. I'm actually from Spain. I started my career here in Spain. I was one of the co-founders of Tuenti, which is known as the Spanish Facebook, which we ended up selling to Telefonica in 2010. It was a very different time here in Spain when we started Tuenti. There was no South Summit. In fact, I remember my first investors asking me, why did we need an office if we had a website? Why couldn't we do that from our house? So, you know, the country has changed for good. After Tuenti, I went to Stanford and I started a company there in Silicon Valley called Identified. And Identified was essentially LinkedIn on top of Facebook. We created a recruiting tool that helped companies recruit the people that were not on LinkedIn and had Facebook profiles. Funnily enough, Fadi was one of our first investors. My co-founder met him in a Stanford study trip to the Middle East. And even more funny, this is the first time I'm meeting Fadi face to face. He actually, we talked on the phone before that.
It's the South Summit.
I know, right? So thanks again. And a year and a half ago, we sold Identified to Workday. So Workday is the largest competitor of Oracle in the US. It's essentially Oracle on the cloud. Very successful company, 15 billion, NASDAQ later. And we essentially became the Workday recruiting and analytics product. And I've been leading that as VP of technology for the past year. And most recently, I also started Workday Ventures, which is the Workday corporate fund focused on analytics and machine learning. On my personal time, I've also been investing and incubating in companies. In Spain, I'm a founding member, investor of Cabify and Job and Talent. And in the US, I've invested in different companies like Instacart or RelateIQ, to name a couple of them.
Great. As you can see, we have a great panelists. And I want to start with Fadi. It's our token to our topic, actually. Like, you created $1 billion company. And I really want to hear your story. Like, how did you start it? What it took to become $1 billion company? What was really important?
So I started the business back in the 80s before there was a fax machine. So you have to imagine, if you can, actually, the younger generation can imagine. If some people don't even know what a fax machine, I can explain to you later what a fax machine. We were working with telex machines then. So you can't even imagine what a telex machine is. But so we're in the logistics business by definition. From day one, you need to be global. So because you have to deliver a package from China to Dubai or to New York at the same time, because you're competing with multi-billion-dollar companies across the world. So we went out and focused on building a network across the Middle East initially, and we were delivering the delivery partner for FedEx, some of TNT, some UPS areas, and the other smaller courier companies across the world who needed a network in the Middle East and did not have one. We were the outsourcing arm of everyone that wanted a presence in the Middle East. So back in the 80s, when there was guidebooks that would tell you where the addresses are of companies. So if every single company on earth that was not DHL had us as their address. So we did business for everyone, effectively. And then we grew the business across the region, and then found a way to establish beachheads, we call them, in Europe, in the US, and in Asia, and effectively became the brand that we are in the Middle East. And then we were the first company to have ever gone public on NASDAQ from our part of the world outside of Israel. So how did we build the business? We are a non-asset-based business. So long before Uber discovered that you don't need to own anything to build the business, we basically said all these airlines are flying from one place to another, and they have empty space in their bellies, all of them, still until today. And then we can have all airlines in the world as our airlines. So we basically had space on each and every single airline that took us to every single city in the world. And we all needed to do is to have somebody on the ground to deliver that package to the client. So it was about people, eventually about technology, and eventually about innovation and being nimble and fast when you're competing with the multi-billion-dollar businesses that we were competing with. And effectively, we remained independent as the only, probably one of the few independent express logistics companies in the world today. So we're not owned by any of the big boys. We compete with them head on, and in fact, we beat them in many areas.
Amazing. What about Maktub?
So Maktub was, for those of you that don't know, Maktub was the internet company of the Arab world. It had the largest online Arab community. They invented Arabic email. There was no Arabic email in the old days. You couldn't type in Arabic and send an email, so they created that. And then we had tens of millions of adopters, just like you have them today. It rode on the back of Aramex, because the first investor was actually Aramex, not myself. When we took Aramex public on NASDAQ, the investment bank told me, why do you have this investment in this company that has nothing to do with the logistics business? I said, thank you very much, I'm going to take it for myself. So, and then eventually it became another massive business in and by itself. And then Yahoo came, and it was Yahoo's presence in the Arab world. They bought it in 2009.
I really wondered, as venture capitalists, we always say it takes really, really good team to build successful startups. And it's early days for Middle East in the internet domain. And how did you bring that team together? What was special about that team?
Well, the special thing about the team is that you had two founders who believed that they needed to build a business, not exit it. We were never even talking about exits until people came to us and said, you have a fantastic business, do you want to sell? So we were in the business of building the business, building the team, going global with it, building products, innovating, creating things. And then exits will come, as you build the business. So patience, perseverance, and founders that are going to be running the business and thinking about it rather than thinking about, okay, when am I going to build my next $1 billion business? That's not the idea. When am I going to build a successful business? And then everything else comes along. So people will knock on your door when you build a successful business. You will look sexy very quickly when your business is doing well.
I actually, as a venture capitalist, you always create portfolio. You bet on different kind of companies. But for entrepreneur, I think all eggs should be in one basket. Like you should focus on your business for the early days, not just other stuff like or hype. And I think the focus is really important.
So hype worries me. I mean, you don't build for hype. You build for to last
Value and-
effectively, and assume that you want to last, and assume, just like my friend here, he says he's building a business and he doesn't need investors. Fantastic. And he built it from 0 to 100 million euros without investors, and he's building the business. I mean, it's simple. I mean, there is nothing complicated about that. You just need to think of it and forget all these stories that come out about, you know, here's $1 billion business that happened in 1 week. You know, it just, or they valued at 500 times their revenues. I mean, it's just absolutely nuts.
I want to ask you, Paul, because you have been through those cycles, like from early stage to $1 billion stage. Like, what have you seen? What it took those companies to become like $1 billion or successful companies at the end of the day?
I think that's, I mean, absolutely correct. Focus on building a great business. And, you know, whether it's, you know, I work with a lot of early stage companies as well, Techstars companies. I'm a Techstars mentor and a 500 Startups mentor. And all of them, I say, look, there are really 3 things that you will be involved with. It's customers, revenue, and other. And other doesn't fucking matter. It's just customers and revenue. Focus on those 2
now
things.
we know what language we can use.
Yes, and build a great business, you know.
Example.
You know, I think back to, you know, first dumb things is, you know, co-founding things with your wife or people like that. You know, learned that wasn't a good idea, that people don't like that. So moving forward to the SoftLayer experience, you know, that was a really cool gig to be an early VP. Right, I first came in running marketing, and then I moved on to build the global ecosystem as we took that beyond Dallas. But what was really interesting about that company, 10 co-founders, 10, right? Try doing 1 or 2, try 10, right? And they didn't kill each other. Again, back to the, you know, doing it with your co-founding with your wife, same kind of thing. 10 people is nuts to have, you know, as a team and try to get anything done. But the key there was they had a CEO, they had the lawyer, they had the infrastructure guy, they had each part of what you needed to run a data center-based infrastructure technology company were in the founding team. And the founding team were in the company all the way through the exit. Founded in 5505, Cinco de Mayo in Dallas, Texas, founded that day. They all quit their day jobs and founded SoftLayer. And you know, they thought they had a better way of doing things, and they built it on trust. They built it on building something better and building it in Dallas, Texas. They wanted to be there. It's, you know, really the crossroads of the U.S. internet. It's the home of the data center in the U.S. And you know, when they started the company, they thought they had this great idea. We're going to build this highly scalable infrastructure company, deploy physical servers anywhere in the world with APIs. This is great. Of course, we're going to quit our day jobs, and we're going to raise a bunch of money, and we can just do this. Couldn't raise a dime. No one would give them a dime. So they had already quit their jobs and said, okay, you know, we're going to have to do this anyway. Friends, family, credit cards, mortgaged houses. They founded the company in the living room of one of the founders' homes because they couldn't afford to have an office at that point in time, and started with 1 rack, 1 customer, in 1 little part of a data center, and focused on customers, focused on revenue, reinvested everything back into the company, had some very good friends and family that would help them keep going early on, but they were dedicated to doing what they were doing, and they really didn't have a choice. It's, you know, we have to do this. And just, again, focused on customers and revenue and building a great business, a great global business. And, you know, of course, a lot of this, the stars have to align a little bit, in the right place, the right time, the right idea, the right team, the right people. Eventually brought in a little bit of venture capital from a guy named Dean Mann at DH Capital, and you know, grew the business from nothing to, you know, 35 million to 75 million to 150 to 450 to a 2.3-ish billion dollar exit. And, you know, IBM full acceleration is basically they wrote a check for the company, and that's a pretty cool story.
Yesterday when we were talking, you mentioned that like when you become a real company, you need to know your numbers, like how you are gonna go, like what metrics you need to know. Like, can you just mention a little bit about them to the?
Somehow in this later part of my career, I've become the growth stage guy, right? Went from the early stage because growth stage issues they're just different. When it's one thing to get from 0 to 50 million in revenue. That's hard. It's really hard to get from 50 to 100. That second growth stage phase is really hard to get through. And in the early stage, it's okay to spend a lot of money. And so it's okay to spend VC money, sorry guys, to really to focus on growth. But when you get to a certain point, the ratios become far more important. You want to maintain, to be in the wrong quadrant if you're thinking about some sort of a public thing or something else happening in the future. You don't want to be in the bottom right. You want to be in the top right or the top left at least. And you want to maintain a 30 to 40% growth rate, year-over-year growth rate. Those type of ratios. Customer acquisition cost becomes really important. All of the ratios and the margins become really important as you start to think ahead towards either public markets or something like that. Growth stage issues are just different. You have to focus on profitability. If you can get to that, if you can cross that magic line and you can be in the 30 to 40% growth rate and you can have a customer acquisition cost that it is a certain ratio, you're set up for good things to happen. You're set up to be a billion-dollar company. That's when you don't really think about being a billion-dollar company, you just think about growth rate success and what are the things that you have to really look at to achieve that.
And Adiyam, you already co-founded 2 startups and made really successful exits at the end of the day. Like, how did you come up with those ideas and how was the experience during that growth stage till the exit?
So, how did I come out with the ideas? I think it's out of personal experience. In both of them, in 20 we're heavily influenced by Facebook after a bit, but in both cases, it was around in 20 the university experience in Madrid on identified what we had encountered in the recruiting market. The original ideas changed a lot over time, and I think that is typical. But the truth is that actually there were very contrasting experiences building it in Spain and later building it in Silicon Valley. And in an interesting way, because in Spain, at the time we were kind of like the only ones doing a startup. And and that kind of allows to focus on the problem at hand, and only think about that and be obsessed about that. And I think that is a very good thing. We did a lot of stupid mistakes, and there was not a lot of people to ask questions to. I remember, for example, at one point, we were talking to an investor, and we were a close social network, like invitation only. And this investor was telling us, why are you not spending money on SEM? Because you want people that are Googling friends to find you and then go to your network. And we're like, well, that doesn't work because it's invite only. He's like, yeah, that doesn't matter. I'm like, okay, this doesn't work. But anyway, but then in Silicon Valley, when I started there, it was kind of like the dream. Wow, I'm here at Stanford, have all these mentors, everyone knows this is amazing, investors know so much. And what I found is that it was actually a lot more difficult to focus on the things that really matter because there is too much noise. We fundraise every single year for the business, and it was really interesting for me to see how we started as a recruiting business, but then, I remember Quora and Zynga and Facebook and Twitter were very popular at the beginning. So all the investors were asking us about engagement. And we're like, well, we're a recruiting business. So it doesn't really matter. No, but your returning users are so important and your engagement is so important, you really have to think about engagement. So we're like, well, these people are geniuses, so they know, so let's build engagement tools. And then we spent a lot of money, building engagement tools, and we created game-like mechanics. And then we came back a year later, and we had look, now we're a recruiting business that have engagement. And they're like, yeah, what about big data and analytics? Because that's really important. Because look at what Palantir is doing, and look at what like these guys are doing. This is super important. So you have to focus on like big data analytics. I'm like, okay. So we went back, and we came back a year later, and we're like, look, now we're a recruiting tool that is like doing engagement and has like big data and analytics. And like the following year was something else. And like literally Silicon Valley is a place that if you don't filter out the noise, you can get really distracted because everyone seems to be doing better than you, and like every idea and every new thing seems to be like the place to go. And the truth is that at the end of the day, we only really started doing things well when we focus on what problem are we solving. We just want to help people to hire. So if we just do that well, it doesn't matter. And it seems super simple, but when you're there and when everyone is telling you what everyone else is doing and like comparing you to everyone else, it's really, really hard to filter out the noise.
Also, when we were talking yesterday, you mentioned that one of the struggles that you had, not being able to talk to other peer entrepreneurs, because like my entrepreneurs, they call me like in the middle of the night and they just want to talk to, like they want to hear a sounding board, what, I don't know, like I want to be there too, but I believe that they are really missing that they can talk to someone who has been through that crazy time, like up and downs, like a roller coaster. And like you mentioned that it's really hard to find in Spain, but how did you like find the right person to talk to? Was it like peer entrepreneurs or your VCs or?
Yeah, so again, different experiences. In Spain, it was just hard to find people that had done it before. Fortunately enough, we found a few that had similar experiences, and maybe they were not able to coach at Matt on the product, but yes, on the overall experience of growing a company, which is even more important. In Silicon Valley, again, was kind of the reverse problem, like because you will talk to a lot of people, but you couldn't be honest with most of them because you have to be killing it all the time. So when like they ask you about you're there for advice, but it kind of have to be like, well, how's your company doing? Because like I was talking to your investor and I was talking to this other guy, so you're like, oh, well, you were doing great. We're killing it. We have like tons of engagement and like analytics and like, yeah, well, it's amazing. And basically like every meeting is like a fundraising meeting or a recruiting meeting, and it's exhausting. Because even when you are hanging out socially, because everyone is in technology, you never know what word is going to get out. And at some point, we were actually doing okay, and I was extremely depressed.
You always have to be on.
Yeah, because you always have to be on, and you end up feeling like an idiot all the time because everyone seems to be killing it. So at some point, I had a conversation with one of my neighbors who happened to be running one of the coolest billion-dollar companies out there. And he actually was having a bad day and told me like, dude, I think there are like 5 things that could kill me tomorrow, and like this guy wants to leave, and I don't think I know what I'm doing. And that made me feel so good that after that, in every single meeting that I had, and when the person said, yeah, like we're doing great, I was like, really? I'm doing everything wrong. I was like, I think I'm dying. Like, look, like my clients, like don't want to pay, and like my team thinks I'm a moron, and my investors don't want to give me money, but Fadi was great. And like, all the things are happening. And that kind of like flips the switch on everyone's mind, because they're like, oh, you too? and to me, that made me a way happier, person, and actually allowed me to like, have an honest conversation about advice. So I think that's very important, and I think that between founders, there should be like a self-help club, because it's hard.
Thank you for sharing, by the way. And I want to turn to Rodrigo about BQ's story. How did you start it, and how it's growing fast without VC money, and what do you want to do now? You are in a really competitive space.
Well, we started when we left the engineering school. And in that moment, what we have, our asset was brain, hands, and will to do something by ourselves, because we don't want to end working for a big company. So, university, students, professors, they buy computers, let's make computers. Let's assemble computers and sell to these people because they are buying computers. Instead of buying there, they will buy here because it's closer. And you know the main difference is the guy on the shop was always hungry because the queues are so long, maybe he's not getting paid well. So going there to buy is a problem, okay? Come here to buy, I will smile you, and it's close, so it's not kind of big idea. I think it's more important the way you make it than the idea you may have, because we want to, I don't know, travel across the universe. Okay, nice idea, but how can we make the Starship? So in that moment, we were buying this for 4 and selling it for 5. So if you have customers, that customers are satisfied, you can run the business. Okay, but you may think, okay, I buy it for 4, I pay it today, I give it to the customer when he's paying me. That's a problem. You may need working capital. Okay, then tell the customer you have to prepare. You have to pay something on advance because I'm customizing this for you. It's kind of buying a tailored suit. You have to pay some deposit, right? For sure, you have to offer something different. In that case, was service. That guy is hungry, long queue, here nice people, and short queue. So service was the thing we can offer and trade it off for getting paid. So we don't need working capital, and that capital, that benefit we are getting, we use it to make our own website so that we can sell through it, and that's the story prior to BQ. And in BQ, you use the same. We had some money from the previous company, and BQ started more or less doing the same. Instead of computers and USB flash drives, were e-readers that are more expensive. But keeping in mind you have to service people, it's nice because if something happens, you can solve it. So we start, as in that moment we were not able to change the product. We were taking existing product because making a product from the scratch is expensive. We were, okay, let's focus on the service. So let's select the best product. Let's check that product is going to be good, and then build a nice service facility here, so if something happens. So then tablets come, 2010, and iPad, and the rest. So we moved to that business in that moment also as distribution plus servicing company, and trying to give the best experience-price relationship, but still with our hands tied because we were not able to make the experience we want. And the smartphones came into the scene. So the smartphone is a totally different thing because maybe it's pacemaker, glasses, and a smartphone in order of use per day, right? Smartphone, we are with a smartphone all day. So smartphones are more complicated than tablets, and smartphones are in our hands for 8 hours a day. If something happened to the smartphone, it's not the same that if something happened to the tablet, because the tablet is at your house. So 1 week without tablet, nothing happens. 1 hour without smartphone, you are like, where's my dose, right? So in that moment, we decided if we want to survive in that business, we should be able to make and take all the decisions that make the smartphone as is. So we should design the smartphone from the scratch, stop buying, let's say, white-label smartphones and start designing from the scratch. And that's the most difficult jump we have to make because we have to hire more engineers, 300 people. Nobody has been doing smartphones in Europe never, because when the smartphones came, there were no European companies making phones, no more. So everybody relying on China manufacturers or Asia manufacturers. The point was, at that moment, we have been running the business for 3 years, BQ, the previous business, so we have enough capacity to hire that people without having to raise funds for. So we have a running business. We were increasing step by step the business. So 2014, we launched our first series of smartphones. They became the best-selling smartphone in Spain on the SIM-free market. thanks to that experience cost relationship, but a lot of satisfied customers, they are speaking with other customers, and it's kind of a net. So one satisfied customer speaks with 4 friends, and 4 satisfied customers speak with 4 friends, and you make it this, and in 2 years you have 2 million customers that we have in Spain now. And the point was why, for us, that we think we are not the most smart in the world, but we are not stupid, right? So how can it take us so long to be able to make our own products? Why? Because we have money, not tons of money, but we have money. That we don't need to search for the money. We have customers, so we can sell our products to that people. And we realized that, okay, a product is based on hardware, it's based on software, and it's based on design, on mechanics, on art, if you want. For the software, there are tools. So there are thousands of startups making software. Why? Because that kids, when they were kids, they have a computer, then they need how to solve things with software. But on the hardware side and on the design side, there were no tools when we were small, right? Now they are tools. They are 3D printers, they are electronic boards. So what I can say is leverage on that, the newcomers leverage on that, because it's not like you have an idea, you make a software that fixes that, you need to make a prototype and then ask for money to make the prototype. You can make your prototype in your living room with a printer that costs less than an Xbox or a PlayStation 4, and with a board that costs 30 euros, and you can connect cable by cable, so no need to solder. So now we have a wider range of opportunity, and that will apply in any business, because technology products will be in any business.
Actually, yesterday Wozniak was telling about not having money makes you more innovative and create better value at the end of the day.
Totally. You have no ways. I mean, if you don't have no money, you cannot pay nobody to do that, so you have to do it by yourself. Maybe you make mistakes, but you learn. So also making mistakes, okay, it's nice. If you know it's a mistake, don't make it, because mistakes makes you learn, right? But I know if I jump from the first floor, I will break my leg, so don't test it, right? I know it's gonna happen. The point is, try to make mistakes and realize that they are mistakes fast and spend little money on that. So don't go all in each decision, because if you go all in each decision, you may make the wrong decision, but it's like...
I actually, yesterday I was watching SpaceX panel. I was really amazed. Like, she was talking about when the Falcon 19 destroyed. In US, it was a success somehow, because they were able to land it at that point, even it's gone. But in Europe, everybody was talking about as a failure. And as a group, we were talking yesterday, in US, failure is more accepted. Actually, it's not, I believe. Like, in US, when you take more risks, it's more acceptable. Like, people take more risks and try things instead of hedging themselves.
I think I don't think everybody's worried about failure. It's how you view the process of failure. So if you're looking at it as a journey of learning, then it's a must that you are actually going to fail. If you look at it as an end, then you're going to commit suicide.
Yeah. I think it's one of the biggest problems that we have. Yeah, definitely.
Trial and error is part and parcel of life. Everything you do in life is trial and error. So you take that and apply it to startups.
Yeah.
I think if you're not failing, you're not trying.
Yeah, not trying, for sure. And I would love to ask you, Telefonica is doing like really great stuff in the ecosystem and trying Spain and in other markets to foster those ecosystems. And how do you see that, like, is there big opportunities to create like those successful startups out of here from this ecosystem?
Well, I think definitely yes. I think it's absolutely possible to become, to have unicorns here out of the Silicon Valley or the United States. But from the corporate angle, like Telefonica One as investors, I think one of the things that we can help more is not only to put money on the companies, but also to introduce them into our, core business. This is open innovation, and this is not easy, but I think it's worth to try it because it's a win-win situation for everybody. For startups, which obviously they are going to grow much more, quickly and much quicker and on a more intense way. For us as a corporate, because we are going to introduce new services and products for our customers. We are going to introduce the startups that they have at the beginning a problem of customer directly through our more than 300 customers potentially, which is I think is a huge push to our startups. And finally, it's also good for a manager if they are also fund manager because the performance fee they are going to be higher, no? Because of the growth of the startups. So I think this is a very important point for a corporate as investor for the ecosystem in order to help companies to become global. And then I absolutely agree with you that you have to think in global terms as a company. And thinking in global terms for me meaning be ambitious, but to have a product that is going to solve a need of millions of people. And this is absolutely critical to keep in mind since the beginning. What's your mission, and how many people they are going to be happier with my product in the world? The potential market. No? So I think this is also very important, and for helping the companies to become a billion company, I think also it's very important the venture capital funds of growth. I think maybe in Europe, especially here in Spain, now we are starting to see this kind of funds. I think there's still a lot of space for this kind of growth funds, and they are absolutely necessary to help the companies to become global. Fortunately, I think now we are starting to see also very big international growth funds that they are coming over here. And I think definitely this is going to be very important for these non-US companies to receive this financing and to become global players. Yeah.
Before I close the panel, I actually want to ask all of you the last question. What would be really critical important point that you give as an advice, and please give some tactics with it, not just say team is really important, but other than that, tell them what it takes to create that value.
Team is really important.
Then how do you recruit that team?
Musica, yo?
Well, it's the truth. Look,
Yo salgo.
my advice to every startup is that if you raise money, that doesn't mean you're successful. You need to back to the basic story that we started with. Building a business is extremely hard. The work-life balance is going to be thrown out of the window because it doesn't work. And anybody that's giving you advice that you have to balance both, I know you try because you have a baby, but it's very difficult.
Yeah, it's hard.
Building a startup and then continuing to become a CEO or for the long run, it means you are going to be responsible for people of outside of your immediate domain, and they become in some sort of a way much more important than your inside. You need to be very careful about your life, and I tell that to every entrepreneur. Every person that comes to me, I say, are you ready for the kill? Because you are going to be really suffering miserably, as we heard from Adi earlier, from building the business. Otherwise, go become an employee.
I actually see it as a video game. It has different levels. Entrepreneurs always think that it's like when they raise a funding from venture capitalists, they think it's over. They are successful, but then there's another level that you have to do all different stuff again from all over from the beginning.
There's always somebody that is going to disrupt you and eat your lunch and kill you. Yeah. So you'd better be alert 24 hours a day.
Okay.
You can't keep your eye off the ball for a second.
Okay. Is there any advice that, how did you do that then?
Did I do that?
Yeah.
I'm addicted now, so
You are addicted to work?
I can't. This is it. I am on a plane all the time. I'm an investor. I love talking to entrepreneurs. I'm a founder, so I'm a mentor. So I feel like I'm a dentist. If you come to my office, there is every half an hour somebody knocking on my door and eating my lunch.
Okay, thank you. And Rodrigo?
I'm totally agree. So it's like, it's not 24 hours, it's 24 hours by 7, by 365, by N. And N is not 1 year, it's not 2 years. It has been, for me, at least 12 years. So the key is make something that you love, because you are going to do it for the rest of your life. Money is important. Yes, money is important. Finances is important, but that's like breathing. We human beings need to breathe, right? But if you are going to ask somebody who is going to die, what did you do in your life? And he says, breathe, it's sad, right? So you should, make something that cares.
For you.
Yes.
Definitely, thank you.
Yeah, it's a combination of private and non-private time in your life, no? And it's something which is very closed and difficult to define. This time is for me at home. This time is at the office. In the end, you have to work endless, basically, because many times you have to face many to attend different deals or operations in different parts of the world with different times. So it's really difficult to conciliate and to coordinate with your private life. But I think it's definitely the business as so. So we have to.
And what would be your biggest advice, Paul?
I think I have a couple of them, if I can do two. Sure. Is that cool? The first one, I think, is seeking out great mentorship. You want great mentors. And not just somebody that you think, man, he's just such a nice guy. No, you need mentors that have contextual and relevant experience in the domain that you're entering. For instance, if I'm doing a hardware startup, I don't want to seek out a mentor who comes from fintech. Something that's contextual and relevant that will help you build a successful business. That's the first one. The second one, and I know as entrepreneurs this is going to be a tough thing to do, but learning to say no to venture capital and certain kinds of capital. You want smart money. You want smart money that is connected in the area that you want to be successful in my experience. There's a lot of dumb money out there. I've taken private equity money. Oh, that's another whole conversation. But smart money and great mentors. And that's part of what attracts me to systems like Techstars, or like the things that David Brown and David Cohen and Brad Feld are doing. Those systems. Telefonica has been doing this here, and we've been working together for the last 3 or 4 years in this region. And providing smart, intelligent, connected mentors is key. And that's why I think those systems can be so important, especially to younger entrepreneurs that have not gone down this journey yet. And then when you get to the point where you're ready to take on capital, make sure it's smart capital. Make sure they can do something for you beyond just the money.
Yeah, perfect. And
I also have a couple, I think, related to what I said before. I think the first one is around prioritizing and cutting all the noise. Because basically, I think that in any given week, there are going to be like 500 things that you have to do. And probably like 450 of them are actually good for your company. Because, you can like talk to some investor, try to recruit an employee, talk to a client, go to a PR event, read something. But the truth is that you can probably only do well like 1 or 2. And that is really harsh. Like, saying like, Steve Jobs was in town, and he's going to have this great conference. You should go and listen. No, because this week I am only going to be taking client interviews, and the rest doesn't matter. My investor is calling me, I'm not going to take the phone. It doesn't matter. And that is super hard to do. When you are in the moment, it's like, this is life or death. Like, I have to do it. But the truth is that usually very successful people only do like 1 or 2 things really, really well. And when there is a lot of noise, that is hard. And then related to that is that you have to think of yourself as a very limited resource. Because we're not superhumans. We actually cannot work 24 hours a day. That is actually impossible. And people expect you to. And some people actually say that they do. They're like, no, I sleep 3 hours. And like, no, that's not true. And like, you will get sick. Like, I actually got sick out of stress for 6 months. I had chronic pain starting my company in Silicon Valley. It was awful. And it was stress. And it's just super important to know, like, there are only 1 or 2 things I'm going to do this week. Like, well. And I actually have to be rested, and I actually have to, like, be focused and have energy. So very tactically think about that.
To summarize all, we are saying, like, focus, prioritize, and think advance that this is going to be a really tough journey, and your life balance is going to be really tough, and find really great mentors, and find smart money at the end. And I would love to thank you, my panelists, and have a good day.
Guys, thank you so much. Incredible, star-studded, and don't move. I can see you guys. I can see you. Don't move. And we have an equally star-studded panel on the way. Guys, that was amazing. Thank you so much. Dilek, you nailed it. Thank you so much. And I just love the sincerity, authenticity of that panel, right? Telling it how it is, and that, you know, it's not easy every other day. Are you sure you want to leave the room? 500 startups are in the room. Y Combinator is in the room. David Brown and Techstars is back. They're in the room. We're going to give it 2 minutes. 2 minutes, David. We're having transitions. Folks, we're kicking off with the next panel that I'm super excited about. It started this morning, a really strong start. On our next panel, we have all of the top accelerators in the world. We have an incredible crowdsourcing platform with a slant from Israel, and we have Ricardo Martinez, who's an expert investment in Spain and the US as well. All moderated by Jeff Harbuck, who's the president of the Kaufman Fellows. New formulas and systems and ways of early stage investment. Jeff is going to lead the discussion. Guys, I'd invite you to the stage, please. Let's go.
Excellent. Can everybody hear me okay? I guess so. Okay, well, hey, we're excited to kick off this panel and hopefully go through some things that'll be beneficial to you. We have a rock star panel here that are going to share some really good insights. The way that I like to run panels is to make sure that we are addressing the questions that you guys have. As we have a short time, it's only 40 minutes. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through our very quick introductions. And then I'm going to open it up to you, the audience. I'm going to take maybe 3 or 4 very brief questions. We're not going to answer them right as you ask them, but we're going to use that as ways so that when we're talking on the panel, we'll try to weave in your thoughts, your questions into the comments that are made. So be thinking about it. We'll take maybe 3 or 4 after we do the introductions, and we'll get going. So, Vej, you want to kick us off?
Sure. Buenas tardes. My name is Beji Yang. I'm Chinese-Brazilian, and I'm managing partner at 500 Startups. We're an early-stage fund based in Silicon Valley. We have accelerator in Mountain View and also San Francisco, and we are in around 50 countries, so we're pretty active globally.
Great.
Gracias.
Awesome. Great. I'm David Brown, co-founder and managing partner at Techstars. We run accelerators in 19 different locations worldwide.
I'm Gadi Mazor. I'm one of the partners and founders of Our Crowd. It's a hybrid between the VC and a very large angel network of over 10,000 angel investors globally. We are the most active fund now in Israel. We started 2.5 years ago. One that's having fun.
Hola.
I like this crowd.
Hola, my name is Ricardo Martinez Rico. I'm a founding partner of a business firm based here in Madrid, business consulting firm named Equipo Económico, which means economic team. I'm also a former deputy finance minister, but that was years ago. Our company is also helping startups to develop their plans, to develop their business plans. We also help them to get the financial resource they have, or they need. And we also help them to push for a regulatory framework which is also business-friendly here in the country for these type of firms. By the way, some of these firms are among those 100 firms which have been selected here now as part of the finalists. So I wish them good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo.
My name is Castro Yunus. I am a partner and COO at Y Combinator. Y Combinator is a early stage venture fund in Mountain View, California. I think one of the first accelerators or so in this space. We also, I'd like to, since I have the floor, we announced a research lab yesterday to work on really long-term projects, 25 years and beyond projects, which we're funding. So we're pretty excited about that. So we do a lot of things, but primarily do startup investing.
And just very quickly, my name is Jeff Harbach. As was said, I'm the president of the Kauffman Fellows. You can read about that online. My off-balance intro would be that I actually own 2 7-Eleven convenience stores in Las Vegas, Nevada, in the US. And I'm pretty sure I'm probably the only one in the room that has actually chased somebody out of their store for stealing a Snickers and actually got it back. So that's on video here. But okay, let's go very quickly to the crowd. If you have, the topic of today is seed investing. If you have any quick questions that this star-studded panel you'd like them to address while we're up here talking, shout it out. So I think we have mics maybe going one over here and one over here. This is going to be really quick, 3 or 4 questions. Anybody have a question? If not, we'll just go right into it. Okay. Good question. Others? The question was, if you get the best of the best, what's left for the rest of us? Okay. Yes, one way back up here. Wait for a mic to get there really quick. Yeah, she's in the very, very back, raising her hand. Anybody else on this side while the mic is going? Over there.
Hello. My question has to do with education. I'm in the education field now, reformed banker, I call myself. Do you think there's anything in your own educational background or the background of your entrepreneurs that you're looking at that actually you find very critical in their success? Because a lot of people are studying like mad the question, are entrepreneurs born or are they made? So many people are spending a lot of time in education. Is it worth it? Or will it really help them? What will help them?
Great question. Thank you. Maybe 1 or 2 more. Okay, one up here.
Thank you. I would like to know what about European startups going to, if they want to go, or we want to go to a program in the US, and if just specifically for very early stages, or like if you have a second round between $500,000 and $1 million, you still can try to apply to one program, because I think I've heard from many of people in internet like videos and especially Y Combinator also that it's especially interesting for European companies to go through an accelerating program in the US, because you win some credibility with investors, right, as a foreigner. So I would like to know your opinion on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, maybe one more. Quick one. Anybody? Okay, good question. Okay, that's great. Thank you for the, oh, one more. All right, last one, quick.
The technology field is.
So maybe repeat that just really quickly. Emerging markets. Excellent. Excellent. Okay, thank you. So, panel, we've heard the voice of the crowd here in the bull ring. We've heard what they're thinking about. Why don't we go through very quickly, Ricardo, I appreciate you gave kind of a background of what your organization does. So maybe we'll start over here with Castor. Why don't you talk about YC really quick? What makes your platform unique in terms of what you guys do? And we'll go through very quickly, each of you.
So YC is Mountain View based. We're very, we don't have any offices anywhere else. We're actually a small company, 30 people or so. But we do fund a lot of startups. We did 222 investments this year in early stage, and it was both our largest batches in Y Combinator history and simultaneously the most difficult batches to ever get into to get funding from. Our acceptance rate was somewhere around 1.8%. I mean, what makes us different, not to sound crude, but is performance. Our market cap for our companies is $65 billion. That's purely seed investments. We're not doing A's, B's, and C's and companies that are worth a lot more. 8 of those companies are worth over $1 billion. 40 of those companies are worth over $100 million. And as a founder, you should ask yourself, why is that important? Why is it important that the investor that I choose, because founders choose the investor, investors don't choose founders. And I'm an alumni of the program. I didn't say that. I was also funded by Y Combinator myself, so I speak from both the founder and partner perspective. But as a founder, why is that important? Why is that number important? Because the way technology investing works and the way you as a founder have to think about this is it's power law return. So you're either going to be a very big company or 1 or 2 standard deviations, you're going to be 0. The mean of a technology company is 0. So if you're an average founder, you're not going to make any money. And that's a very hard truth that you have to emotionally understand. And so, moving up that range, even incrementally by living in Mountain View or being in Silicon Valley or working with top-tier investors like the folks here, can have a dramatic impact on your long-term outcome of your company. So, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Would you like to say?
Well, yeah, in a way we were also a startup 9 years ago, but we are a business consulting firm. Yeah? What we do, what makes us different is that we, because of the knowledge we have of the legal framework, financial framework, economic framework, we also help these type of companies, startups. We also have VC companies. We help them to better develop their business plans, to better finance their activities, to go a stage further. This is what we do.
So just to explain a bit about how we work, and that leads to why we're a bit different than other platforms. We are basically a hybrid between VC and a large angel network, as I said. So the company sees, when they come to us, they see something that behaves, walks, and quacks like a VC. So the whole usual process of due diligence, of term sheet negotiation, etc., and working with the companies afterwards. But the money is not money that we raise and sit on the money as a standard VC fund. It's money that once we decide to invest in a company, and we always invest our own money in each one of the companies, we open that to the network of investors and say, you can join us in that specific investment. So that angel investor out of the 10,000 investors can decide to join us in that investment. And we're doing anywhere between $1 million to $13 million. That's so actually, to knock down one of the questions, we're doing Series A, and we divide Series A and seed based on the kind of what we call the heartbeat of the product. I mean, once there's the beginning of a product, beginning of market, and not just an idea, and not just a development of the first version, we call that Series A. So it doesn't really matter if it's the size of the round. It's more the stage of the company, and it's when you start to build a business. The uniqueness of what we're doing, because we have such a large network, is that we can use the network of investors to help the startups. We believe better than any group of VCs, VC partners can do, even if they're great and very well connected. I'll give you one example. We have a company that we invested early on that does create electricity out of water pressure in the municipality water pipes. And we basically, once we invested in them, we sent a notice to all our investors saying this company needs introduction to municipal water companies. This is very specific requirement of the company, and we got them 6 projects. So the wide range network of investors in 90 countries is that's I think, we see that as the secret sauce of why the platform is so different than other platforms.
I think what makes Techstars unique is we're building a global network around the world because, as I was talking about earlier, entrepreneurs are born everywhere and companies are increasingly global, and the importance of building a global network on behalf of the entrepreneurs is, I think, our core competency.
I first love the question that you ask about it's a platform, because I am always happy when people say like 500 startup, it's a platform. We're trying definitely to like do as much as we can copy YC and Techstars to be better. We're definitely we came in later in the game on seed stage, but most important, there are 2 things that we work on the differentiation. One, it's the global presence. We are in 50 countries, and I joined 500 4 years ago, and particularly working with Brazil and then Latin America, and we have a strong presence in Southeast Asia and Asia in general. And the second really, really important component when we think about the platform and when we're investing is like, what are the resources we can add on to any founder that joins the network, right? So it's 300 mentors that is in the network. We've been like sort of shifting our priority specifically to help online companies grow on the different online platforms. So we're working on online acquisition, and we have around 20 people now on staff that is dedicated to work on all different platforms, whether it's mobile, whether it's on Google, YouTube, or different online platform that's out there. So global, and then help companies acquire users.
Excellent. Really quickly in the room, show of hands, how many entrepreneurs in the room? How many founders in the room? Hopefully what you heard from at least these last 2, and also I know this is the case with the others on the panel, investing is worldwide, and they're taking in companies that they're talking about building global presence. YC, in case we were talking about this, your portfolio is?
I mean, we have a huge international presence. We don't have offices internationally, but I think 2 batches ago, just the statistics I know offhand are 40% of our companies are abroad. I mean, I think it's absolutely false to think, you know, Mountain View is where all the great entrepreneurs are, and they're not in the rest of the world. I think the US represents 4 to 5% of the world population, and it definitely over-indexed in terms of investing. So there are definitely more companies that are being founded abroad or outside of the United States, and especially outside of Silicon Valley. But I think where we differ between us and Techstars and 500 Startups is we believe there's something special about Silicon Valley. We've had Spanish companies, and I mean, really any country you can think of, we've had them come to Mountain View. Some go back and some stay. But we think there's something special about Silicon Valley and kind of absorb that culture and then take it back to your country or take it back to your home city.
I actually agree on like Silicon Valley being pretty special. So I spend, for instance, like 30% of my time in the Valley and the 70% sort of being in like different geography. I think for a lot of founders, what sometimes different when you look for funding is understanding whether your investor particularly needs to look for like $1 billion exit, or it's okay to have a $100 million exit, or if it's okay to have a $10 million exit. And for majority of investors, just thinking from the investor point of view is like, what's your entry price? What's your exit price, right? So for us, going along to what David was bringing on, it's like talent is everywhere. And the one thing that we measure internally is like how many companies become like a $1 billion company. And we have companies like I was just recently in France, like few companies now listed with $1 billion without having to go to the Valley. I think the one thing that I definitely agree is when you're in the Valley, your chances as founder, because there's so many founders here, the chances that you can become successful is higher very often because the resources and the mindset and the capital, it's there. But then I think increasingly we are like, I think the fact that we're all here, it's a representation that like we are open to like invest in founders that are here too. So very often, like at 500, what we do, it's like we have the accelerator, and if you are interested to go to the Valley, spend 4 months, and then go back to build a business in Europe or to build a business in Latin America, we feel like that's a big enough market. So if you go and build a $300 million company, for us, it's good from the portfolio perspective.
To be clear, right, there's no doubt, I think everybody would agree that Silicon Valley is a special place. And,
it is, it's great.
Despite the efforts, that we have a presence in the Valley, and we are very pro, it's not that we're anti-Silicon Valley, we're pro everywhere else, right?
Yes.
That's sort of what we're trying to accomplish.
Absolutely. And so I think that hopefully if you're a founder in the room, hopefully the signal that you're hearing is that Silicon Valley is special. Everybody in the world knows that, but that investing and entrepreneurship and good companies are being built all over the world. And so you should see this as a signal of really good things to come for founders in the room. Let's go to a different question. So there's a ton of capital out there. There's even more kind of pointing their way towards this small industry called venture capital. More capital certainly means more companies. More companies are being started, more companies are being founded. Does it mean more successful companies? And what is your guys, what is your kind of your take on that? And maybe this is partly in the answer to the question of if you guys invest in the best of the best, what's left for everybody else? So are there more companies to be had than just the ones that you're investing in? What is the impact on innovation from all this capital going into startups? Anybody can take it.
Let's begin. My point is that obviously the financial resources help, but that's only a condition, a necessary condition, but not a sufficient one, in the sense that you need other assets to be developed, like education, like infrastructures, like excellent business schools, which also happens here in Spain, or excellent firms which are very much specialized in technology or in engineering or infrastructures. These other assets also help to better develop these type of firms. And to give you an example, 2 years ago here in Spain, there was a survey being made by the European Commission, and people and entrepreneurs were asked here in the country, in the middle of the huge crisis we had, were asked, what are the main obstacles entrepreneurs have here in the country? And the answer at that period of time was financing, obviously, 2 and 3 years ago. 2 months ago, that same survey was made, and the answer by the Spanish entrepreneurs was competition. The main obstacle, the main challenge we have to face with our startups and with our companies is competition, which is great. This is the answer, the same answer you'll find in the US and you'll find in the UK, which is the examples we always try to follow, So necessary condition, but not a sufficient one.
I'll start with an analogy. When I started my first business 20 years ago, software business, software cycles were year cycles. I mean, you did a version, and then you did 3 months QA, and then you released that, and then you got more input to the next version, which was a year later, etc. Now, as an investor, if a company comes to me and say that we're going to create a version a year, that's not the speed things are done now. I mean, you do versions, and and your testers in many cases are. I mean, there are many products that, for the lifetime of the product, are called beta. Okay, I mean the whole cycles got completely faster. So we're doing way more deals than VC industry did 10 years ago. But the whole cycle is of testing and of ideas and of development of the ecosystem is different. So of course we have to do more deals. We have to be much quicker. I mean, when I raised money in the early 90s to my company, it was 6 months project with a VC a VC that does now 6-month project will lose the deal. I mean, and probably the company will lose the market by the time they're done. So we need to be much faster. So yes, we're doing way more deals. Many of them will fail, but the upside is also larger.
I think, you know, the underlying reason why it's absolutely positive that there's a lot more investing happening and there should be more investing happening is because there's many more users. If you were looking at venture investing in 98 or 99 versus the number of users you have, and if you look at venture investing today versus the number of users you have, we're actually still tracking low. There's a lot more capacity. 20 years ago, 15 years ago, not everyone in this room would be using software every minute of their lives, and that is definitely the case now. And so this general view that there's too much venture investing or too much seed capital is usually propagated by people who don't understand technology, who don't build software themselves. If anything, there's still a lot more capacity for investing. So then there's a more kind of fundamental question of, if you have lots of investing, you have lots and lots of companies being founded, does that necessarily mean there's going to be a lot of bigger companies? There's nothing in the laws of nature that say that we can only have $15 billion companies every year, or we can only have $20 billion companies every year. And so, you know, we were chatting about this a little earlier. The more and more fundamental point is, if, let's say we're fast forward 30 years from now, there's 10x or 20x in venture investing and 10x or 20x of early stage companies, that's fantastic. There is no reason why we need to live in a society where large companies dominate the economy. This view that Google or Facebook or General Motors or whatever the company is the way society should work is false. And it also leads to dramatic kind of wealth inequality because you have a handful of shareholders who own vast majority of the resources. So when you have lots and lots of small companies, those shareholders tend to be employees, and therefore the wealth tends to be distributed. So, you know, I think this fundamental issue of wealth inequality is actually solved by lots and lots of smaller companies. And there's absolutely no rule or law in nature that says that we have to have big companies. And I think this kind of decentralized capitalism, I mean, we're going to look back at 2015 like we look back at 1915 with centralized government. Nobody, I think, in this room would argue centralized state-planned economies are successful. And I think in 50 or 75 years, no one will argue that large organizations and large corporations are the best, you know, use of technical and human capital. And I think early-stage investing is going to do that.
Awesome.
Addressing a little bit of I think that would sort of go through the two questions and adding what Kasar was saying. It's the reason also we're so excited to like with 500 startups and at the stage that we are is that we believe there's still like a huge gap where when you do investments, you can like help companies grow a lot. I think with the growth, whether you want to call that sort of significant like innovation to that, I think there's a sort of a definition that everyone have to go through what the innovation will look like. So first thing, like a lot of investors, we co-invest with a lot of investors, so it is not true like if we invest in everything, like what's left for the rest. A lot of us run demo days, and those are like really good way for us to co-invest with majority of investors who are in the room. And then sort of, I think it's sort of related to the question when you ask, like, how do you move the asset class in emerging economy into, like, innovation, into the startup world? I actually think that the real gap that we see, of course, like, when we look at Silicon Valley as a sort of benchmark, you see that the venture capital has fostered the innovation, right? So you look at that as a way of trend to say, can we replicate that in Mexico? Can we replicate that in Brazil, in our case, right? So I do think, like, specifically answering to your question, like for that delta, either in the Valley or around the world, more capital, it's more innovation, and we haven't caught up on that. The only caveat to think about is like what 5 years ago, like the total amount the cash goes into like funding technology. The profile of companies, the need of amount of capital is very different today, and it will be very different in 10 years. So we're not only measuring by total amount of like asset that comes into a certain like area, industry, technology. It's just like it's constantly changing because a lot of platforms are out there, and then today it's a lot cheaper to fund companies than before, right? And in 10 years, there's going to be other sort of emerging platform that it's going to be dominant, and the funding could be, like right now we're thinking maybe, like things that I'm really afraid is like the crowdfunding, right? Like I think that's a real competition for us, because if you think about like in the US, you can like invest with $1,000 and like you go on a TV show and then you say this company's fundraising, and then everyone can put $1,000. That actually really, really fundamentally changed. So with the legislation, with different platform, that fundamentally changed how like the funding and innovation can be changed. So the only sort of caveat to think about is that we often think about through a framework of today, but I think the framework of tomorrow is going to be very different from today.
So David, I'm going to switch gears a little bit here and say, so Techstars has a very programmatic approach to how they grow and develop entrepreneurs. One question back here was asked about, the educational background and what you're kind of looking for. You guys are obviously very good at looking at talent and understanding what that looks like. Maybe you can talk a little bit about maybe some things that you've seen from entrepreneurs, maybe in their educational background, that have helped you have the ingredients to help them grow. And also, what is the role that Techstars plays in this value add piece of how we help entrepreneurs?
I mean, I think, so the direct answer to the question that was asked earlier, which is, are entrepreneurs born or are they made, is I believe they're born, right? I believe 100% that I was born an entrepreneur. But I do think that the education system plays an important role to unleash those entrepreneurs that never realized that they were born that way. And I think that that's what some of the activities that happen in the non-accelerator activities that Techstars does, like Startup Weekend and Startup Week. It's an exposure to entrepreneurism that allows somebody who's been in a cubicle at IBM or at Microsoft, right, for years and years, who has, maybe missed the early stage of his or her life and is now sort of exploring, maybe this thing isn't for me. I've made a little money, I've saved a little money, I want to go off and I want to try it. And I think the education system can play a big role to continue to help those entrepreneurs that haven't sort of discovered their inner desire to be a startup, to unleash that on the world. And I think that is a great thing, right? To continue to have more. It's great for all of us to unleash the inner entrepreneur in society as far and wide as we can, because those are going to create all of the great new companies and generate all of the great new ideas. And for us as investors, are going to provide great opportunities for investment.
I feel like that's a new T-shirt, like unleash the entrepreneur.
Unleash the inner entrepreneur.
Yeah.
I just made it up.
I would actually add that I truly agree that I think entrepreneurs are born. I think education in many cases is really good in killing entrepreneurship. So if you are in an education system that basically indoctrinates you to a given way things are done, whether that's in given enterprises or in universities, that kills entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is actually thinking outside of the box and kind of coming up with different ways to do things. And I think that, again, going back to that question, education needs to challenge and not kind of come up with this is how we do things, this is how things, this is what you should do when you tackle a problem. And that's the flip side of education or programs that Techstars have, that we have, to educate entrepreneurs to be better entrepreneurs. It can work both ways.
I do agree with the idea that entrepreneurs are being born, that education helps, but also countries have to be business friendly, in the sense that if you have a country where major companies are state-owned, where you don't have competition, if you are not an open economy, that does not help to develop this entrepreneurial spirit. The other way around, if you're an open economy, if you have multinationals or SMEs which are well known internationally, if you have best business schools, so if you have an exposure to the international world, if you are a very competitive and competition is really hard in your economy, then I think it also helps you to have.
If you do those things,
people.
you will unleash the entrepreneurs.
That's correct. That's correct.
You're pushing your T-shirt.
There's a drum set back here.
Hashtag.
Hashtag.
Unleash the
Anything
inner
else on that?
entrepreneur.
Anybody? Good?
We've, like YC, we just announced a research lab. So it's the closest thing to, obvious university-like approach. YC's always been considered somewhere in between a university and a venture fund. I think we're not a university because we're not degree granting, and we're not a venture fund because we spend a lot of time on education and we don't have LPs. But so I think the future of education does look different. The big question, the big kind of value a Stanford or Harvard provide right now is they provide a stamp of approval, and it helps companies filter people. But beyond that, it's very debatable. What is the other value that these brands provide? And so in the future, if you can get that from Techstars or 500 or YC, then maybe you actually don't need that traditional educational, resume.
Okay, so I'm going to go different. Rapid fire question for each person on the panel. 1 second answer. How large is your portfolio? Starting over here, go.
950 companies only in the seed stage.
That was more than 1 second, but 950 companies. Okay.
We are a business consulting firm, so we work with lots of firms.
80? 80?
700 plus the investments on the venture funds.
1,300.
1,300. So these are some big portfolios.
No.
No. Okay.
Not big enough.
The question was going to be, how do you do this? But I'm even more interested now when you say that 1,300 portfolio companies is not a big portfolio. Tell us about how you think about managing a portfolio of that size, and maybe it talks a little bit to the question around what is seed versus A. I mean, is this portfolio all seed companies, or is it Series A? Please.
So thinking about portfolio sometimes is thinking, and because there are so many founders, it's also thinking about when you grow your team, right? So sometimes when you have like 30 people in your team, you might think about like the resources you have to build for 30 people. When you go to like 100 people, you have to think about resources you build for 100 people. When you have 1,000 people, so what we are driving within our organization, thinking about platform and the scalability for the stages what founders need. So majority of our companies are seed stage, and what we believe is not like individual partners would sit on the board and help them specifically. What we're trying to think through the portfolio support is what founders need at the beginning would be like do user acquisition, and then they will need some recruiting, they will need some PR, and then they will need to find like a next equity financing and or exit. If I can build good resources for what founders need at the stage, through the platform, through the network, through the founders at a global level, I feel like and then of course technology can help us a lot by measuring like which companies is working, which one is not. I'm not saying like within organization today we are perfect, but the drive is to think about when I just joined 500, it was like, we have a portfolio of 70. I was like, there are so many companies. I can barely cut up with all of them. They ask me to sit on the board. I cannot like spend like once a month or once every quarter with them. But your mindset shift when you're thinking about driving a portfolio support for all the companies, and if you assume that majority of things that companies need at early stage is similar, then for us it's can we really build the platform for the companies to become successful? And then of course it's a lot of learning with the companies and then sort of building that network throughout.
So I'd say, the obvious answer is tools, it's software, automation to sort of help support the portfolio. And I'm sure all of us, right, think of our technology as being the best in that regard. But I think it takes people, right? That it's people that are the glue that helps a large portfolio, know what technology to use, who to get connected with, have questions as they're scaling and growing their business. We support our portfolio with 130 full-time employees worldwide to be there in support of entrepreneurs at all the different stages on their journey.
I think traditionally the VC industry had basically a partner at the VC support the company, sits on the board, support the company, and kind of worked in silos. So a partner managed 5, 6 portfolio companies and basically was supposed to give them everything that the fund could give the entrepreneurs. So, and that's the shrink sessions of the CEO, the sounding board to the CEO, potentially exit, M&A help, international business development help, etc. That doesn't, first of all, that doesn't scale. If you have mere 18, but 1,300, you can't have 1,300 or divided by 5 number of But then also, a given partner can't really answer all those different requirements. So instead of basically going this way, we go this way. We basically say, we as a fund with 80 companies have organizations. For instance, we have a chief exit officer. In our portfolio, at any given stage, there are a few companies that are looking at M&A transactions. And then that person, which has an investment banking background, is helping the relevant companies at their time with this better than what a typical VC partner would do, depending on his own experience. The same with international business development. We have an organization that basically fosters a relationship between us and international, multinational organizations, and we give them a window to all our portfolio better than any one partner can. So you look at that matrix, and instead of going kind of one partner supports a company through the different parameters, there's vertical organizations within the fund that help the different companies with the different requirements. And that is a scalable structure.
So I'm looking at the clock. Looks like we have 3 minutes left. So we've reached the multiple choice part of the panel. So I'm going to give each panelist a multiple choice. You can answer any one of the 3 questions that you like. I think two of the questions that were still unanswered from the audience were, if you're a European startup and you're thinking about going to a U.S. program, if you're early, when should you think about going to a U.S. program? That was one of them. Another one was around emerging markets. How do you foster investors to participate in their companies? So that's number 2. And then number 3 would be anything you want. It could be anything that you want this audience of Spanish entrepreneurs and Spanish investors to hear. Choose one of your 3. You have 30-ish seconds. Go.
I'll take option 3. Me too. I think one of the things, speaking as a founder, I think in 2005, there was not as much advice as there is now. Now there is too much advice. And if you're sitting as a founder and you're wondering, well, who should I listen to? There's all these blogs. There's so much noise in the ecosystem. I'll give you a slightly controversial answer, which is only listen to people who have done it themselves and have been successful. I think everyone has opinions, and everyone has read a lot about what making software or technology companies about, but it is a much smaller group that have actually done it and then have actually had significant and successful outcomes. And so then the question as a founder is, like, why is that important? Because the difference between a great company and an okay company is just a little bit, and when we're talking about these power law returns, that slight different advice can have a huge, as in hundreds of millions of dollars of impact to your company. So take advice only from people who've already done it successfully.
30 seconds each. Go.
Thank you, Jeff. Being part of the Spanish quota here, let me use your 3rd question. And I want to refer to my view, which is a very positive one, referring to the evolution of the Spanish ecosystem and referring to the evolution of the Spanish economy. You know, if we have been able to challenge that very huge crisis, if we now have the financial resources we didn't have 3 years ago, if our companies have also been able to find and to look for other sources of financial resources than just the banks, if we are also having very successful multinationals abroad, and not only in Brazil or in Peru or in Germany, but in the UK and in the US, that means that our companies and that our entrepreneurs, that our people are very much prepared to face these very huge and competitive markets. That means that we also see that the economy is moving and that these type of people, these type of initiatives are also moving in a very positive sense.
Go.
I'll go even shorter than 30 seconds. I'll go with option 2 on kind of funding in new markets. We basically believe that the old model of VC, of a fund that sits on that has a limited number of LPs that are committed to, that's old school. That worked for Israel 20 years ago. And basically the money needs to come from local, much wider, much more democratic install base of investors, basically. So the structure of how that entity should work with the company is pretty much like a VC does in terms of working with the company and screening the companies, but the money needs to come from a much wider range of investors. And that's what we're trying to replicate. That's why we're opening an office in Madrid very soon. So that's I think, the model for the future.
I'm just going to take question one because I think it was made for me. You know, rather than apply to a U.S. accelerator, consider applying to an accelerator that has European operations and has strong ties to the United States. Right? That's what we're trying to accomplish.
Quick advice in general. So I guess it's 3. It's more than education or anything specific or a brand. It's the context, it's put yourself in the context and the network that's going to sort of move you fastest to that, right? So Jeff at Redding Kaufman Fellows, like if you're an investor, that's a really good network to be part of, and I'm proud Class 17 too. But just in general, I think it's just really important for founders, like if you're isolated in Spain, like really important to think about how do you access any of the network that we are providing, and all of us are here to be available for global talents. And also investors too.
Okay, so I think our time is up. I hope this panel was helpful to you. Please join me in thanking the panelists. With a clap. Thank you. And if I can take some liberty, I'm going to do one more thing. I need your crowd support. We're going to do a panelist selfie with the crowd in the background.
Nice one.
Whoever's in this, please get it. You ready? 1, 2, 3.
Great.
All right, good job.
I'm the only one who
Thank you.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Okay, should we go?
Running. Hi folks, thanks for sticking with us, and we're running a little bit behind on schedule, but I think it's been worth every single minute because we've had some rock stars on the stage this morning and so much knowledge and content and information to be shared. And the rock stars don't finish there. This next slot is a total change of speed and something completely different to freshen us up and change our focus. We're going to zoom in on a super, super exciting sector, which I think that Europe has to nail on the digital front. We're taking a shift to the fashion industry. Fashion, wellness, beauty. The Europeans know how to dress, right? I might not be the best example, but some of the best fashion brands, designers, design talent in the world is coming straight out of Europe, right? And particularly in the south, in Spain, in Italy, across the Mediterranean, people here know how to dress. And this is going to be a fine example of this. So I think there's a massive opportunity for Spain to leverage that sector and all of that knowledge and talent and introduce the digital technologies, the disruptions in technology that can actually bring fashion to the world and leverage new opportunities in those markets. So I'm thrilled to hand over to Alicia Parra, the director of Glamour in Spain, for this next segment, which are the Fashion Tech Awards by Glamour. Alicia, all yours.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for being with us today. I'm Alicia Parra. I'm the editor-in-chief of Spanish Glamour magazine. And we have the honor of presenting today the first award of entrepreneurship as part of South Summit. Innovation was always present at Glamour right from the start. The magazine was launched more than 13 years ago as a response to a change in consumption habits, with women demanding a fresher product and a product that they could identify with, and a magazine with the high quality of the fashion luxury magazines. We connect with women via fashion and beauty information we offer, but also, above all, we have become a benchmark for current topics, with work-related ones being our main focus. We support entrepreneurship and often set aside many pages devoted for leaders of opinion, in particular women, because women make up 90% of our readers. Glamour Revolutions was not only because its contents, with new approaches and wider variety of topics, but also thanks to our new pocket format, later copied by all our competitors. Right from the issue #1, Glamour became a Spain best-selling magazine, and this continued to be so, with more than 500,000 monthly readers. We have conveyed our zeal for innovation to the digital world in order to cater the new behaviors and the new interests of our readers, in particular, channeling it via social networks and mobile devices. Our Glamour Spain app, launched in 2011, was the first app by a Spanish publication to receive an international award and to be highlighted by Apple Store. It was also the first in the sector to incorporate augmented reality, an emerging trend at that time. And of course, we have Glamour.es, that in just a few years is become one of the main women's websites devoted to fashion, beauty, and celebrities, with more than 2 million users among all the digital platforms. In addition, Glamour is a catalyst for all major social trends, as it was with our Glamour Street Fashion Show, Spain's biggest street catwalk, where we will look for it girls and fashion trendsetters in a global initiative where more than 2,000 women took part. Our brand's evolution during all these years has been always inspired by the spirit of entrepreneurship and a keen interest in our readers, defined by surveys as influencers in their spheres and early adopters of new technologies. They are savvy consumers in regarding fashion, beauty, and shopping. Many of them, in view of increasingly and changing difficult job market, have decided to immerse themselves in the entrepreneurial world. With this first Glamour Award of Entrepreneurship as a part of Summit, we recognize the best startup in fashion and in beauty. We want to support these kind of initiatives and help Spain to become one of the world's major entrepreneurial hubs. During this time, we evaluated many projects before choosing the 3 finalists who today are here with us. We have Style Sage, a web platform created with the aim of developing an innovative big data for service for the fashion retail sector. Summit Road, an online space where users and guests can share their interest in different areas as art, travels, fashion too. And BackMe, a benchmark website in the beauty sector with more than 1,000 beauty and wellness centers to discover and where they can be booked to. But there is more. We also have here today a panel of experts who are entrepreneurs and who we will decide which of these projects will be the winner. The panel of judges is made up for Javier Goyeneche, President and founder of EcoAlf, Maria Benjumea, founder of Spain Startup, Valeria Domínguez, e-business and omnichannel director for Adolfo Domínguez, Maria Eugenia Girón, entrepreneur and executive director for EA Business School Premium and Prestige Business Observatory, Javier González Soria, entrepreneur, C-level executive, travel digital connectivity evangelist, David Delfín, fashion designer, Laura Sánchez, model and founder of Bloomers and Bikini, Laura Adolongo, editor of Glamour.es, Natalia Gamero, corporative development general director of Condé Nast Publications, and Alicia Parro, myself, as editor of the magazine. After our winners have explained their projects, we will have 2 round tables with some members of the jury. The first one will be focused in businessmen and entrepreneurs' experience. The second one will compose of representatives of the luxury sector and entrepreneurs experts. But now, let's go to let these young people, young entrepreneurs, very brave, to present their own projects. I'm pleased to ask Robert, member of Style Sage, to be the first in joining me on the stage. Nice to meet you.
Gracias. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. My name is Robert, and I'm the co-founder and CTO of StyleSage. Fashion meets big data. The fashion industry is in a digital revolution. It's the fastest growing e-commerce segment, and even of those people that buy offline, 78% do research online before. This is a new world to retailers and brands, and in order to survive in this new world, they need to analyze market data more than ever before. But this is how market data is collected today. We all know it, huge Excel spreadsheets where people manually copy and paste data points. Not only is that slow, but also inaccurate, and based on that, the industry makes multi-million-dollar decisions every day. There must be a better way. At StyleSage, we developed a technology that collects, analyzes, and visualizes e-commerce market data. In our platform, we track over 1,000 retailers, 100,000 brands, and 90 million products, updated every day in almost every country around the globe. And let me show you in a short video how our platform can be used by a brand, for example, to sell more products to a retailer. By logging into the browser-based platform, as a first step, they can look at the color saturation of the market and see what colors are hot and not. By drilling down to product level, they can see competitor products and really understand styling and pricing strategies. They can even analyze historical performance. Next, they can look at the entire assortment of the retailer by brand, category, and price point. Immediately, they can see gaps in the assortment, which are those spaces without a lot of bubbles in this chart. Those spaces represent opportunities to sell more products to that retailer. And finally, they can also track what products are being discounted in the market and make sure that their own products are not discounted too early, a critical component for every brand to maximize margins and sales performance. So using the StyleSage platform, brands and retailers can sell more in hundreds of retail channels with just a few clicks. We went live and started selling earlier this year, and as of today, we have paying enterprise-level customers. One of those customers is the Boston Consulting Group, a top-tier consultancy that uses our platform and our data to consult their clients on how to drive growth. Another customer is a leading category brand with over $1 billion in revenue in the US, who uses our platform to optimize their size ranges as well as their pricing. In addition, we're targeting many more brands in our pipeline. Behind all that is a passionate team with backgrounds in fashion, data, and technology. You'll find some of us here today in the pink shirts. And we are also looking to hire developers in Madrid at the moment. Half the team is in New York, the other half is here. And we are looking for funding at the moment, as well as business partners. And if you're a developer in Madrid, please check out our careers website. Thanks a lot. I'm looking forward to your questions. Not yet? No questions today?
Thank you. And congratulations for this amazing big data. My question is, when you created this company, was this your business model to create a business data that is going to serve all these consultants that you have in the list? Or you created for your own customers, the fashion industry? Out of curiosity and to convert your model into another model, but for another sector. Thanks.
Thank you for the question. If I understood right, you wanted to ask if we build it for consultants or for retail brands? Okay, so initially this platform was built for fashion brands and retailers, and those are still our main customers, and this is what the platform is made for. At the same time, consultants also use the platform in the very same way to consult or to advise their clients on how to use that. So it was not intentional at the beginning. We knew that that would be like a side, let's say, customer group for us, and it turned out to be well. It was not the first focus when we started. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Robert, for so interesting presentation. Now we have the pleasure to have with us Marta Nicolas that is going to talk about Summit Road, their projects. Thank you very much for her.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Jerry. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. Okay, so there's a new generation of content creators that are doing stuff that is amazing for brands. These people represent 1% of the world's population and are opinion leaders. They are designers, fashion bloggers, fashion photographers. It's people that actually have the power to influence over the purchase decisions of other people. They are creating genuine content that obviously is interesting for brands. Why? Because we are currently facing a situation where brands have more and more social media channels that they need to feed every day. Me, myself, I come from the multinational world, and every day it's a new challenge to be able to have interesting content to show to your audience. So obviously, these people that we were talking about become essential for brands. So what's Summit Road? Summit Road is the place, it's a meeting point between these content creators and brands in order to generate and distribute branded content. For creators, it's the place where they can showcase their power, where they can showcase their work and reach a broader audience, not only through summitroad.com, but also through their social media channels. Also, it's the chance to get to know brands and ultimately make money by working with these brands. For brands, Summit Road is a tool where they can identify the best content creators, the most suitable profiles for their brand. Thanks to our algorithm, they can build a network of people that will be talking about their brand, and they can generate content that we have proved has better engagement than the average of the market. So far, we've already worked with more than 25 brands, not only in the fashion world, like Pepe Jeans, but also in the beauty industry. And we have more than 2,500 creators inside our platform here in Spain. It's interesting that 80% of these people are already working again with us, which proves that the model actually is interesting for them. Basically, our business model consists of launching campaigns, either one-off campaigns or annual contracts, where the brands use our technology and our platform to identify these people and to generate content with them. The project started like 2 years ago with myself, my business partner that is around there, and Juan. And we are currently a team of 25 people between the office here in Madrid and an office that we recently opened in New York. For us, this prize, first of all, is a honor having the chance to be here today to present Sammy Road to you, and it would be a great opportunity to expose Sammy Road to the world, and also we think it would be a great opportunity to start collaborations not only with Glamour, but with the Content Nest Group in our mission of generating content and stuff that's actually interesting for the audience. That's all. Thank you very much. And I think there's time for only one question, so feel free. Thank you very much for your attention. Questions, anybody? For me, it's easier if you don't say anything, so. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marta. And how we have our last finalist. I have to introduce Pablo, that is going to present their project called Back Me. Okay.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thanks, Alicia. So my name is Pablo. I am the co-founder of BookMe. And in BookMe, we sell beauty services. We all love to book things online. Customers love to book a hotel online, to book a table in a restaurant, tickets for a concert. And in BookMe, we are in the beauty and wellness industry. It's a huge market, 6 billion euros market just in Spain. And it is hairdressers, beauty salons, nails, massage, spas, more than 100,000 of venues just in Spain. So that's what BookMe is. BookMe is a marketplace to book an appointment with your physical therapist or with a hairdresser. And it's also an app available for iPhone and Android. And you can search a salon by category, for example, a hairdresser. You can search it by proximity. You can compare the prices, which is very useful. And you can read opinions from other customers. They are real customers that have already booked in BookMe before. And we publish all these opinions, the bad ones and the good ones. And you can choose a time to book that appointment. And even you can get a discount if you eat in off-peak hours. Okay? So for the professionals, we also give, the professionals, the hairdressers of the physical therapists, we give them software just to receive these appointments and to manage their schedule and manage their business. And we give them this software for free. So how we do earn money? We charge a commission fee of 12% of the price of the service. We already have more than €500,000 revenue in the last year, and 12% of the revenue is for us. We have another ways of generating incomes in the company, but basically, this is our business model. And we are not alone in this market. There are another strong players. Some of them has revenues for more than €50 million in other countries like UK or United States. And in Spain, we are leading the market. We have 2,500 of salons and spas already that are working with us. 60% of these salons are in Madrid and Barcelona, and the rest are all across Spain and Portugal as well. We are adding 200 new salons every month, so we are growing very fast. And beauty salons like this one. This one is a very nice spa, which is in the center of Madrid. This one. So we are growing very fast. Our revenues are growing 20% every month. Most of this growth is thanks to strong investment on marketing, digital advertising and offline advertising as well. This is a campaign that we did last month in an outdoor campaign in Madrid. But also, we are growing fastly with organic traffic. We are growing very fast with Google searches that we don't pay. It's organic web. And now we have 30 people working on this company that came from different industries, from the beauty industry, beauty companies like Sephora, and others comes from internet companies like Groupon and La Nevera Roja. I have been 10 years working on e-commerce, launching successful companies like Pepecar and Pepefon. Thank you very much, and if you have any questions, you can ask me or say my name. Questions?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Alicia.
Thank you very much. If you don't have a question, we are going to continue with a really thrilling, passionate roundtable with our experts. So,
Con eso.
Tengo que introducir a Concha.
Nada, no han
¿Funciona?
pasado. No hay sonido.
Le digo a Marga.
hola.
Es que falla.
Entendido. ¿Me oís
Ya.
ahora?
Ya.
Bueno, quería presentaros a David Delfín. Es uno de los diseñadores españoles más relevantes del panorama actual. Él lleva trabajando en moda muchísimos años, ha desarrollado pasarelas no solamente en Cibeles, sino también en Nueva York. Y ahora mismo tiene enfocado mucho lo que es el futuro de su marca, también a la venta online. Quería presentaros también a Javier Goyeneche, que es un experto no voy a decir de toda la vida, porque empezó muy jovencito, él empezó con 24 años, con una firma que seguramente todos hemos llevado, Fan & Basic, y posteriormente en el 2011-2012 ha lanzado una nueva empresa revolucionaria que se llama EcoAlf. La gracia de esta marca, aparte de que es muy, muy bonita, es que todos los materiales son productos del reciclaje. Se ha empezado con una botella de agua, redes de pesca y muchísimas más cosas que él nos va a contar ahora. Tenemos también con nosotros a Laura Sánchez, top model, porque hay que decirlo, porque es una gran modelo, ha desfilado para los grandes de la moda y desde hace unos años, bueno, se ha embarcado también en la aventura del emprendimiento, lanzando con su socio Bloomers & Bikini, una marca monísima de ropa interior y de bikinis que por supuesto también la ha llevado a plantearse toda la carrera de una manera muy diferente.
¿Cuánto tiempo tenemos?
Y en muy pocos años ha conseguido posicionarla también como una de las principales marcas de moda en este sector en la venta online. Entonces, bueno, mi primera pregunta es para David.
No me decía a mí, se lo decía.
Él que ha empezado diseñando y desfilando en Cibeles, o sea, ¿en qué momento decide lanzarse al emprendimiento, pero un poco más enfocado a la venta online, a la comunicación online? ¿Y cuál es el aspecto que ha encontrado más difícil en este área?
Hola, buenos días a todos. Bueno, no sé exactamente, no sé si fue sobre el 2005 o así, que fue cuando abrimos nuestra primera tienda online. Si no me equivoco, creo que fuimos los primeros diseñadores en tener tienda online en España. La verdad que, no sé, creo que la adaptación es un término como que me interesa muchísimo y que es imprescindible. Creo que se puede tener más o menos talento, más o menos capacidad de trabajo, pero hay que tener también esa capacidad de adaptación, ¿no? me gusta mucho cómo pensar esa cosa como con lo del nombre, ¿no? Con el de la marca, con David Delfín, con el delfín, ¿no? Con ese mamífero que de alguna forma, ¿no? Como que vive en la tierra y como que se adaptó como a un nuevo medio, ¿no? A un nuevo... En ese sentido, como dentro de nuestro proyecto, como que lo tenemos muy en cuenta y estamos siempre súper atentos, queremos ser contemporáneos, vivir nuestro momento y estar muy atentos a todo lo que pasa a nuestro alrededor. Y hablabas de Nueva York y todo eso, ¿no? Refiriéndome a todo el tema de internet y redes sociales y ¿no? como plataforma también, empezamos también, fuimos la primera marca, ¿no? También como que empezó a hacer como, bueno, no desfiles fuera, pero sí a hacer el stream, los desfiles en streaming, creo que se podían ver en el mismo momento en el que estaban ocurriendo. El tema de Instagram, redes sociales, quiero decir, siempre, como te digo, hemos estado como muy atentos. El tema, a ver, la tienda online, no sé, al final, no sé, no deja de ser como algo fascinante en el sentido de que es una tienda que está abierta los 365 días del año, 24 horas al día. Quiero decir, es una puerta, ¿no? Como una tienda abierta al mundo, claro. En el principio, obviamente, cuando empezamos, siempre las ventas nacionales como superaban las ventas internacionales. Hoy en día casi están, incluso mucho, en algún mes puntualmente, incluso las internacionales como superan, en el sentido de, estamos viviendo como a todas partes del mundo. Es un placer, ¿no? Como cada día cuando llegas al estudio, ¿no? Ves las montañas, sí, ves como la montañita de los pedidos nacionales, porque son diferentes compañías, ¿no? Las que se encargan de distribuirlo, y los internacionales, y no sé, salen paquetes como a cualquier parte del mundo, es maravilloso. Es verdad que la venta física, porque también tuvimos tienda, es una experiencia que no sé, que es una cosa totalmente diferente y que ojalá que no se pierda, ¿no? Yo la verdad que cuando cerramos la tienda sentí un alivio, pensaba que me iba a dar pena, pero cero pena, o sea, fue como un alivio alucinante, es como, estoy encantado con el tema de la tienda online. Incluso intentamos esa parte emocional que a mí me interesa también en la moda, porque si la moda, no sé, si le quitara la emoción, yo creo que dejaría de interesarme. Lo intentamos también como llevar adelante también con la tienda online, o sea, relacionándonos con nuestros clientes directamente, mandándole notas escritas a mano, es decir, regalos cuando hacen buenos pedidos, es decir, hay una especie como, hay una relación como muy directa. Y de hecho muchas veces incluso hay como llamadas telefónicas, quiero decir, conocemos la voz de nuestros clientes, quiero decir, es curioso. Obviamente no se puede hacer como con todo el mundo, ¿no? Pero te quiero decir que puntualmente intentamos también eso.
Gracias, David. Ahora quería preguntarle a Laura Sánchez también por esta iniciativa que ha presentado en su último desfile en el que se vincula PayPal, una iniciativa que permite a las personas que están viendo el desfile el comprar en directo las prendas que ven en la pasarela. ¿Cómo ha sido esa experiencia?
Creo que, no, mira, yo tengo. Fue una iniciativa muy, pionera, creo que es la primera vez que se hace en España, se había hecho anteriormente en Nueva York, y creo que es dar una oportunidad. Yo creo que todo suma, todo ayuda a crecer. Como bien dices, de la mano de PayPal creamos esa plataforma en la que no todo el desfile, porque como bien sabemos, las colecciones son colecciones y después la producción llega meses después, pero sí un adelanto de esa colección que se pudiera comprar inmediatamente mientras que se estaba viendo el desfile. O sea, había una cantidad limitada de 100 prendas y podías acceder. Todo crea una viralidad, todo crea una noticia, todo... Y más, las mujeres somos muy consumistas, y cuántas veces no nos ha pasado de estar viendo un desfile y decir, me encanta eso, y cuando llega eso ya han pasado 5 meses y se te ha olvidado lo que has visto o no lo encuentras o no se llega a fabricar. Entonces, en el sector de baños, ya una vez terminado nuestra temporada estival en España, era complicado, pero sí ha tenido muy buena repercusión donde comienza el verano en otras zonas del mundo.
Muchas gracias, Laura. Le quería preguntar ahora a Javier Goyeneche, ¿en qué momento y cómo ha sido el centrarse en el mundo del reciclaje y vincularlo al diseño de moda? ¿Qué ha sido para él la toma de esa decisión y un poco cómo han sido estos años?
Muchas gracias. Bueno, primero enhorabuena por los 3 finalistas, que me han parecido 3 proyectazos buenísimos.
La verdad es que sí.
Los 3. Segundo, me han pedido que hable un poco en inglés también.
Yo creo que como tú quieras.
Como prefieres.
Estamos en el South Summit,
vale.
O sea que si quieres en inglés, estupendo.
Basically, just to shortly summarize what is EcoAlf. EcoAlf was born with the idea of creating a real sustainable fashion brand. And I thought the most sustainable thing to do was not to keep on using natural resources. So recycling could be a good option if we were able to create like a new generation of recycled products with the same quality and same design as the best non-recycled. That way we could demonstrate there's no need to keep on digging deeper and deeper to get oil, but we could convert what some people call trash into yarn and therefore into fabrics. So that's how the company started. The idea was to create like a new generation of recycled products where if I don't tell you it's recycled, you would never know, with the same quality and design. That's the idea.
Quería dar paso ahora a la siguiente mesa redonda que la va a conducir Natalia Gamero y darle las gracias a nuestros participantes que además son jurado y que luego tenemos que deliberar sobre qué proyecto se lleva el premio. Gracias.
Gracias.
Nada, a ti.
No lo sé, porque...
Muchas gracias, Alicia. Thank you very much. So, to continue talking about entrepreneurship, today we have we had four, so we are missing one, top-notch experts that have been creating and innovating during the last years. And I would like to introduce them. I brought some notes because their achievements are so amazing that I couldn't memorize them. So Maria Benjumea, she will come, I think, in a second, defines herself as the embodiment of a startup. And I would add that a very successful one. In 1994, she launched InfoEmpleo, the first website dedicated to career development in Spain. She remains there as president and shareholder. In 1912, she launched Spain Startup, an investor summit, an initiative that aims to foster the relationship between startups, investors, and corporates. 2 years later, we are seeing the result. The fair has become the most important fair in South America and then the south of Europe. So congratulations, because it's an amazing achievement. María Eugenia Girón, here to my right, is an excellent professional. She has more than 18 years of experience in the luxury sector. She held top positions in companies such as Loewe, Carrera Carrera, or Suarez, and she's currently the executive director of IE Business School's Premium and Prestige Business Observatory. In addition, she has advised numerous luxury companies in strategy, brand building, Asia expansion. Also, she's a writer of very good books, by the way, and she's a teacher in the Instituto de Empresa. Thank you very much, María Eugenia, for being with us. To my left, we have Valeria Domínguez. Valeria is the e-commerce and omni-channel director and member of the steering committee at Fashion Retail Adolfo Domínguez, a publicly traded company founded in 1976 with more than 600 boutiques. She is currently enrolled in Harvard Business School Executive MBA, the Project for Leadership Development. Congratulations. Under her leadership sales, she has multiplied sales by 20, and the site became top 5 most searched fashion brand. Thank you very much, Valeria. And last but not least, Javier González Soria. Javier, who has recently been appointed Executive Vice President of the Advisory Board of the Accelerator Top Seeds Lab, is a passionate traveler and communicator. In his more than 20 years of professional experience, Javier has occupied leading roles in top organizations belonging to different industries, such as Mundicolor, Iberia, Google, Grupo Eurona Telecom, or Hoffman Photofox, and has launched several startups like Connected to Go or Club Gente Viajera. His non-profit Travel Think project has more than 30,000 subscribers. So we have a lot of talent. in this table. So I would like to start with Maria Eugenia. We are talking about luxury today because Glamour, as you know, is the top sold magazine in the luxury sector. And I would like to ask Maria Eugenia, you wrote about sustainable luxury in your book, a very interesting book. And I would like you to tell you how these new startups are redefining the concept of luxury and what other trends you see in the luxury world related to entrepreneurship.
Thank you, Natalia. First of all, I would like to talk about premium and luxury, because luxury can look too restricted, seem too restricted. What we are seeing today is that for the first time in very many years, there's opportunities for entrepreneurship in this industry. And they come from changes in technology. So now we have the internet that opens up opportunities for distribution that were very difficult before. But also something that is really driving change is that millennials, the new generations, have different values and they have different aspirations. And there's a need for brands to address these new aspirations. So they are concerned about sustainability, they are concerned about social responsibility. These millennials understand that better products or luxury products or a premium product cannot be a product that doesn't come from a brand that is responsible to the people and responsible for the planet. And the very good news is that technology is allowing us to do that. It is technology that is allowing us to be smarter consumers and to dig into the traceability of the products that we buy or the services that we buy, but also to change our consumer habits. So now we are renting clothes instead of buying them, which is quite sustainable, or we are sharing and recycling, like a very well-known company which is one of the Condé Nast investments, is Vestiaire Collectif, and they do exactly that. They allow us to recycle our clothes. So technology and sustainability are completely linked. They open opportunities for entrepreneurship, and this is what we could call a smart premium or a smart luxury.
Smart luxury. It's an interesting concept. Thank you very much. Valeria. It's your turn now. I know that you've been living in the States before joining Adolfo Dominguez for 10 years, and you were an entrepreneur there. You launched 2 companies, and now I believe that you are an entrepreneur too inside the company, what we call intrapreneur. We've been talking before about the difference between launching a startup or becoming a startup inside your own company. Could you explain us the difference and how this experience is helping you in your actual role?
Yes. So basically, when I lived in the States, I didn't really have much of a network of people that I knew or access to funding. So my first business, I started with my own money, and I just sort of grew it, one step at a time. And I think when you're a small business, you get the sense that large business is really powerful and will squash you and will steal your idea and do it so much better and roll it out worldwide before you can even do anything. But really now that I work in a larger business, and I hope I can say this, big business is very slow and has a hard time really innovating and has a hard time supporting creative innovators within their structure, because as business gets larger, it gets more bureaucratic with more layers and a lot of rules. So naturally, the people that gravitate to those environments are more conformist type people. That's a fact. And it's just the complete opposite of what an entrepreneur world is. So now that I'm in a larger business, what I've done is I've tried to create something from scratch that we hadn't done before. I started our online sales and our omni-channel. Both projects have worked actually very well financially, but I have to say it's much harder to be an entrepreneur within a larger business. By far, and for us, we have one advantage, which is that we're a family business, and as a result, having my father's full support, I was able to actually do it, but with great difficulty and with great amount of resistance within. So I'd say you almost need more energy. So you basically, in a larger business, you have a lot more means, a larger platform, people will pick up the phone for you, and that's very helpful. But you're missing sort of that support and that environment to be able to make change happen, and you're sort of stumbling across a lot of, sort of dead ends constantly. So probably my preference is to be an entrepreneur, frankly.
Thank you. So, Javier, Valeria has explained us the difficulties of innovating inside a big company, and here in the South Summit, you connect like companies, big companies, with startups and with investors. You've been also an entrepreneur, you've been in a big company. Could you tell us the benefits you see for the three groups, for the big companies, for the startups, and for the investors in this type of event, in connecting between all of them?
I think innovation, clearly, it's really powerful, but it's even more powerful when innovation is driven towards giving solutions to real problems. And this kind of events creates the perfect environment for entrepreneurs to listen to the companies about what are the real problems that need solution. It is one of the great advantages for entrepreneurs, as well as getting the right information to sometimes pivot their business models. For large companies or for big companies, it's an incredible opportunity to get to know those mainly tech companies that are working on the solution for the problems. It's much cheaper and much faster for a large company to introduce inside their perimeter of influence these companies than try to do it for themselves. And for investors, I think the South Summit gives the great opportunity to understand what are the main trends in terms of business model, technology, and even habits, and decide what are the best people, the best talent in which you have to invest, and understand the future of your investment in terms of evaluating the interest of these new projects on the side of the companies, because at the end of the day, those investments must find an exit in some years.
So Maria, hello. What happens with women? I mean, with women, because I've heard you say that the number of registration of women has been lower than you expected, although between the finalists this percentage was higher. So why don't we launch a startup? What do you think is the reason?
That's what I want to know. You know, that's exactly what I want to know. And that's exactly what I would love to make you all a favor, women and men, just to convince all the women that really this is a marvelous opportunity for all of us just to launch our company, to be the owner of our project. No? So this is what you said is a very good news, that we only have the 17% of the startups that has presented their projects to the startup competition of South Summit are led by women, but almost 30%, as you said, here. We've seen them here, and I think that's a good news. So please, the first of us, we have to be convinced ourselves, women. We can do it. We can do whatever we want. And this is a marvelous opportunity for us. No? We have a world of opportunities. So I think that from this marvelous news of you, from Glamour, I think that we have to go on and on and on, sending the message. Please, women, we can do it great. So do it.
Alicia, for sure, does it every month. She supports very much entrepreneurship. So, I mean, we've talked about entrepreneurship. We've talked about entrepreneurship inside a big company and about a lot of interesting things. I don't know if you would like any of you give an advice to all the entrepreneurs that are here today. Want to give an advice to the people that is launching a startup or thinking in launching a startup in Spain?
I would like to build on what Maria said, that encourage more women to go about starting their own companies, because that's going to give you more flexibility, it's going to give you control of your destiny, and you know what happens, once you try it, you never want to leave it.
Yeah,
this is what
that's
happened
true.
to me. Once I had my own project, and this was when, together with private equity, I acquired a jewelry company that was owned by a family, and then we sold it. Then it was very difficult for me to go back to some other place. So I kept on being an entrepreneur in different ways. So I really encourage you to do that, but not only entrepreneurs, but also women investors. And we have more and more women investors. There's a European initiative which is gathering 100 women investors to fund not only women's projects, but all type of good projects. And we have very few Spanish women. So I encourage anyone in the audience who wants to join us to do that, because we're going to have a lot of fun, and we are going to make a good business, which is also very good.
I have one piece of advice. I think that in the startup culture, you hear a lot about funding, right? It's all about money, and I actually don't think that it is. I think it's really great not to have that much money when you're starting out, because you learn cheap and you learn gradually, and sometimes your original idea isn't the idea you end up developing, and I think that having excessive amount of money on top of it brings in a lot of people into your team that are going to be pushing you really hard and taking a lot of ownership. So really it then becomes not a very entrepreneurial activity at all. It's almost like having bosses, and then what's the point? So I would definitely encourage people who want to start a business to start it with small funds that maybe friends and family, and really there's so much you can do with very little money today. There are templates on WordPress for TripAdvisor type services. I mean, it's getting cheaper and cheaper to go for it. So that would be my advice.
Would you like to add something to finish this debate?
Well, my advice would be, as I said before, try to choose the right problem. So Valeria has been talking about actually the digital transformation that he has gone through. The company, we have been talking before about the smart data. So those entrepreneurs that really want to make the difference, I think they should focus not on just a particular vertical, but in what they can do to affect cross-verticals. So to give the real solutions in a world in which the companies have to begin to look their business model from outside the company, from the eyes of the clients. So it's not a question of digitalizing what you are doing now. It's a question of reinventing what you are doing from outside the company, from the point of view of your clients and potential clients. So those entrepreneurs, first of all, what they have to do is to clean up their minds. It's a white paper, and try to use their illusion and imagination to really change the way things have been doing for the last years. That would be my advice. Difficult one.
I would like to add one little thing, but I think it's just on the line, Valeria, and you have just spoken about the opportunities. And I think we have a great opportunity about that. It's not only, as you said, about financing, not only because it's good to start cheap with not much money, but also there is a great opportunity about the corporations. We always say that now the corporations need innovation. They need innovation. They need your innovation. So it's very important to be very close, because you are the innovators. And I think we can have a very good channel through Glamour, because there are the companies, there are the corporations, and yes, on the line you were talking before, that opening the minds of the entrepreneurs to say, where do I have to go? Well, I now go and translate myself into the corporations. They don't know where they have to go, and you know it. So you have a very, very good partner there. And they are not going, many of them, most of them, they are not going to put you money, but that's much better. They are going to give you clients. They are going to give you support in different ways. So really, go be very close there, and I think be very close with you, because you have all of them just in your pages in Glamour. So I think you're a very good channel just to put in contact the entrepreneurs with the corporations.
Maria. So thank you very much to these very talented people. I've learned a lot. I'm sure that our audience has appreciated very much your insights. So thank you for being with Glamour, and hope to see you again next year.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite the other members of the jury to decide who will win the first Glamour Award for Entrepreneurship. And in the meantime, I will leave you with a video that we prepared that reflects some of the values that we've been discussing, and I hope that you enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Let's go. And the land is dark, and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't shed a tear. No, I won't be afraid. Yes, as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, at the mountain, so you crumble to the sea. Oh, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me.
Have the pleasure to introduce the first award of entrepreneurship here in South Summit. The winner is Stage 8. Please, Robert, came with us to give you the award. Okay.
Thank you. Gracias. And there's a lot of the team.
Please, wait a moment. I will ask the jury to join me in the stage to take some photos and to take some kisses and celebration with the winners. Please join us. Besides that, I would like to give my congratulations both the winners and the finalists because they are plenty of talent. And we hope in the next season, the next year, we have the opportunity to introduce more projects and more of them with women. Thank you, everybody.